meeting. We are here for almost half a day, and I hope that we shall all be participatory and productive during that time. The Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Ismail Bonani, and your chairperson from Human Social Development Program. We also have in the room the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee for Health, Agriculture, and the Women Caucus, and other members present here. The Executive Director for Action Aid Malawi, Madam Pamela Kuali. The SADC focal persons from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and senior staff from the ministry. We also have in this room senior officials and SADC focal persons and others from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development. We also have representatives from the Ministry of Information. Present here also are staff from Parliament of Malawi. We also have the Executive Director for Malawi Health Equity Network, Mehen, Mr. George Jobe. We also have representatives from the National Smallholders Farmers Association of Malawi, NASFAM, representatives from the National Publications Limited, members from the issue-based CSOs, including Malawi Economic Justice Network, Y+, Youth Network Gender Justice Unit. We've also have various members from farm organization, including CISONEC, and NYNS. We have representatives from Miss Malawi and other members of the media. All protocols observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. We have a program before us which has been prepared for this meeting. And therefore, before we actually roll out the program, permit me that I walk through with you the program which is before us. By now, I'd like to make an assumption that all of us have been able to register with the Secretariat as we're walking in. But in case you haven't registered, kindly raise up your hand so that the Secretariat can follow you and make sure that you are duly registered for the dialogue session this morning. It's important that you should have it registered because Action Aid will continue to engage you even beyond the close of the meeting this morning. And again, make sure you append the right information thereon. Secondly, we are having some few dignitaries in the room who shall deliver some statements. We shall begin with the Director for Action Aid as conveners of this meeting, Madam Pamela Kuali, who will deliver her welcome remarks and also reasonably provide an overview of the dialogue that we have this morning. Thereafter, we shall have highlights of the communique which was developed from the last meeting that was held in September 2022 of similar nature, which is going to be delivered by Mr. Welsh Chigwenembe in the place of Madam Julie Middleton, the project manager for PSA project. After that, we have the Secretary General for SADC Parliamentary Forum, who will make a keynote address via Zoom. And then thereafter, we shall have an update of the implementation of the SADC regional commitments, which is going to be in form of a panel discussion. As you can see, there's preparation for the panel discussion, both on agriculture and health. And then members present here, participants, we shall be able to be given a chance to give questions and make comments on the proceedings of the panel discussion. Thereafter, we'll be having the formalities for closing, and then we'll have a lunch and logistics will be administered. That's how the program has been designated. If there'll be any changes, we'll be able to come through to make those announcements for the changes. Otherwise, we will start our program. And looking into the room, I notice all of us have a faith of some kind. I see Adventists, I see Presbyterians, I see Pentecostals. So we'll start our meeting with a word of prayer, which is going to be delivered by the Executive Director for Medjin, Mr. George Jobe. I request Mr. George Jobe to come to the front, the most anointed person in the room. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the front.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we come before you. Firstly, to thank you for the gift of life, and to thank you for travel messes to reach this destination. To thank you also that the plan to hold this meeting has come true. As we start, I call upon your intervention to be with us, to protect us and guide us in all the discussions, and also give us insights. I call upon the Holy Spirit to also be amidst us, especially knowing that our gathering, much as we are reflecting on regional protocols, plans, at the end of the day have to benefit Malawians. I pray, Father, that those who are still coming, you guide them and protect them. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. George Jobe, for your word of prayer. And a correction, he is Executive Director for MEHIN, Malawi Health Equity Network. But I know at the end of the session, we shall have the Executive Director for Medjin praying for us. Her name is Ms. Betha Lipipa Piri, who is also present this morning. The Secretary General for SADC Parliamentary Forum, the Executive Director for ActionAid, our chairpersons for Parliamentary Committees of Agriculture and Health. Kindly permit me that we should do self-introductions in this room so that as we begin our dialogue, we should be able to relate who we are talking to, who we are engaging, and who we are networking with. In that sense, then I'll walk through the microphone, beginning right at the back, the back seat. Those that refuse to come to the front, you'll be the first to make self-introductions. And as you do self-introductions, kindly tell us your name, the organization that you're representing, and your designation at work. At the moment, we'll not do introduction about marital status, just the three. So we should do the name, the organization that we are representing, and the designation. Kindly self-introductions, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, my name is Watson Maingo. I'm Senior Information Officer. I present the office of the SADC National Media Coordinator.
Thank you. And because it's still morning and probably we still are having our sleep hangovers, maybe as a colleague, whenever a colleague makes a self-introductions, let's just be able to appreciate him by clapping hands for him so that we are shaking off our sleep as well. So let's clap hands for our friend there. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Betha Piri from Malawi Economic Justice Network.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sipiwe Komwa from Parliament Secretariat.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chikosa Banda, Parliament Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tendere Wemba from Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, Principal Economist.
Good morning, I'm Bridget Kapantengo from the Gender and Justice Unit.
Good morning, I'm Dunia Mpande from Christian Aid.
Good morning, my name is John Paul Kayuni from Zodiac.
Good morning, I am Chisomo Somadi, Zodiac TV.
Good morning, I'm Rachel Zulu from Parliament, Member of Parliament and Vice Parliamentary Women Caucus. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Clement Namanya, representing Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Department of Africa and Middle East.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Charles Govert, the Executive Board Member for Malawi Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, and I'm also the Platform Coordinator for Commercial Agriculture Support Services.
Oh, okay. Anyway, consequences of coming late. Good morning, everybody. This is Violet Lindwe Banda. I work with the young people living with HIV, in short, Y+. I'm the communications officer. Thank you.
Moses Kitsulo from MISA Malawi, Programs Officer. Clement Chinoko Nation.
Thank you.
Wells Chigwenembe, Action Aid Malawi.
Good morning. My name is Wangani Nyarenda from Parliament Secretariat. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is George Jobe from Malawi Health Equity Network, MHEN, to avoid the mistake. It should be MHEN. And we are also chair of the Universal Health Coverage Coalition.
My name is Samuel Lukere. I'm here representing UHC, Universal Health Coverage Coalition. Thank you.
My name is Clement Makua, and I work with the National Youth Network on Climate Change, responsible for communication, advocacy, and partnership.
My name is Dominic Nyasulu from National Youth Network on Climate Change.
Good morning. This is Ishmael Sponda Piri, working with young people living with HIV Y+ as district coordinating chairperson. And also I sit as an alternate member of Global Fund Country Coordinating Mechanism, representing people living with HIV. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ishmael Ndaila Onani. I'm a member of Parliament from the South constituency, and I'm also the chairman for Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources under SADC PF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap hands for ourselves for those introductions. Let me complete the set of these introductions by introducing our distinguished participants. I will start with the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Samir Suleiman. Please raise up your hands so that people can see you. Let's appreciate him. In the room, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Health, HIV/AIDS Management, and Nutrition. It is a new committee, I understand, because they've merged health and HIV. So let me appreciate Dr. Matthews Ngwale, who is also in the room. Let's give him a round of applause. We also have the board member for NASFAM, Mr. Gift Numeli, who is also present here. Maybe let's see your hand. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll also introduce to you the Executive Director for Action Aid, who is the convener for this meeting, Madam Pamela Koali. Raise your hand, please. Thank you so much for those self-introductions. And now, permit me also to introduce myself. My name is Leon Matanda. I'll be your moderator this morning. and I hope we're going to have a productive engagement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In the room also, in this dialogue session, we are going to also have Honorable Ishmael Onani. Honorable Ishmael Onani. I have specially introduced him because he's currently the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in Malawi, and therefore a very important participant in this session. Let's give him another round of applause. We also have others that are currently following the proceedings online. With your due indulgence, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, permit me that our IT coordinator help us to get them introduce themselves as well. Kindly, colleagues online, please let's have your self-introductions.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Shonin Kurasha. I'm the Program Manager for Democracy, Governance, and Human Rights at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I wish to indicate that Honorable Nani, in addition to being the chairperson of the Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Standing Committee in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, he is also privileged to be the chairperson of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which is the committee that is mandated with tracking domestication of model laws and various regional commitments. And in that regard, he has two heads, and the second one is equally important because it deals with domestication and tracking domestication at national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Others?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adwell Zembere from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, and I am the Deputy Director of Economic Planning, responsible for economic integration. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Gomezian Nguila. I'm the project officer, also sexual productive rights researcher for SADC Parliamentary Forum project. I'm based at Parliament of Malawi, and I'm also serving as an interim secretary for SADC PF Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Director of Ceremonies and distinguished participants for the meeting. My name is Joseph Manzi. I am the Director of Parliamentary Business and Programs at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Chimwemwe Jerry here. I work with the media, Nation Publications Limited, and I'm the Business Development Manager, and we've worked with the Public and Accountability Project, and good to see you all this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ifoma?
Morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, I just joined. I need to catch up on what I'm supposed to do. I think it is introductions.
Kindly make yourself introductions, madam.
Thank you very much. My name is Aifoma Hamarele, as indicated there. I'm an SRHR researcher in Zambia with the Parliament of Zambia.
Thank you so much. The Secretary General, please make yourself introductions.
Good morning. My name is Boema Sokoma, the Secretary General of SADC PF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if there'll be any further people on Zoom joining us. We shall be able to get back to them for self-introductions, but I would like to believe that we are able to appreciate both those that are in the room here as well as those that are online. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for those self-introductions. We'll proceed with our program this morning, and therefore, as the program indicates, it indicates that we shall get the welcoming remarks by the Executive Director for ActionAid, Madam Pamela Kowali, who is also going to give us a comprehensive overview of the dialogue that we are having this morning, for us to have at least an understanding of where we're coming from and why are we here, and then what is it that is expected of us going into the future. Let's welcome Madam Kowali as she comes to the front.
Thank you so much, Leon. Good morning and welcome to this dialogue this morning. I would like to begin with acknowledging the SADC Secretariat and specifically the chairperson for SADC Parliamentary Forum in Malawi, Honorable Ishmael Onani, and your chairperson from the Human Social Development Program. I would also like to recognize the chairpersons from parliamentary committees. Thank you so much, Honorable Samia Suleiman. We meet again today after a long time, and also Honorable Dr. Matthews Ngwale and the Women Caucus and all MPs that are here with us today. The SADC focal person for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and senior staff from the ministry, thank you for coming. Senior officials and SADC focal persons from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development, and the Ministry of Information. I understand we are also supposed to have the National Planning Commission, staff from Parliament of Malawi, our partners, ActionAid Malawi, implementing partners, specifically Malawi, Health Equity Network, National Smallholder Farmers Association of Malawi, Nation Publications. Chimwemwe, it's good to see you. We are happy that you're well today. Thank you so much for showing up. Members from the issue-based CSOs, including MEGIN, Y+ Youth Network, Gender Justice Unit, members from the farm organizations, including Civil Society Agriculture Network, thank you so much, GIFT, CISONEC, NYNCC, MISA Malawi, and all members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are here to promote meaningful policy debates through strengthening collaboration and relationship between Malawi government and non-state actors on delivering gender-responsive public services for all citizens. And I would like to underline and put in bold gender, because as ActionAid, women are at the center of everything that we do. The SADC member states have a responsibility to define, establish, and finance policies and programs that prioritize and protect the most vulnerable groups. And in this case, women, children, and the youth. And we can only achieve that if we are very intentional that our programs are gender responsive. We also need to ensure that all the people benefit from sustained social and economic well-being, justice, and freedom. And in order to deliver this responsibility, there is always need for robust and strategic planning to have the needs of the people reflected in the national plans. As ActionAid Malawi, we have been part of the journey for the development of the Malawi 2063 agenda, which outlines government's plans and aspiration to serve the people of Malawi better. We participated through the consultations that were done, but we've also had the privilege to leverage on the strategic collaborations we have with different stakeholders, for example, Parliament and selected parliamentary committees, issue-based civil society organizations, ministries, departments, agencies, and the media. And in our work of strengthening social accountability monitoring and oversight capacity for rights-based public resource management, we've also exerted a lot of work on the understanding to enhance the need to enhance public planning and utilization of public resources. And this involves a social accountability system that promotes strategic planning and resource allocation, expenditure management, performance management, public integrity management, and also oversight management. As non-state actors, we believe that delivery of public services should respond to the needs of the people by putting in place plans that are realistic and progressive to the realization of human rights. As ActionAid Malawi, we are implementing a strategic plan that is themed Action for Social Justice, and it aligns well with the aspirations of Malawi as a nation, as reflected in the Malawi 2063 agenda and its 10-year implementation plan. And as we go forward, specifically, we are going to be focusing on systems change for economic justice and systems change for climate justice. At the moment, our country strategic paper, which is at its tail end, we'll be consulting you for evaluation soon. We have been focusing on 5 areas, which are promoting and securing the realization of rights of vulnerable groups, women, young women, and girls. We have also been focusing on building resilience of people living in poverty while strengthening women-led secure livelihoods. We focused on preparedness and emergency response and enhancing civic participation and state accountability for the redistribution of resources and delivery of quality gender responsive public services. So this activity today, as you can see, aligns well with the last one that I just mentioned, the redistribution of resources. The strategy further deepens our commitment to work with different stakeholders like yourselves to overcome structural causes and consequences of poverty and justice and injustice. This dialogue today, for us, we are looking at it as a fertile platform to consider overarching issues that are included in the Malawi 2063 agenda for implementing regional commitments, including the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, also known as the RISDP. And we believe that the meeting will strengthen further collaboration between and among non-state actors, and it's so encouraging to see that almost all of us are here. Lastly, I want to wish us a healthy and fruitful dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Executive Director, for your welcoming remarks. Another round of applause for the madam. Thank you for preparing us for the conversation that we're going to have this morning. And you have indeed emphasized that as far as this meeting is concerned, it's a process where we're enriching the engagement mechanism of making sure that the RISDP is domesticated, and therefore, as we're looking at the policies and other governing instruments, we must make sure that gender is emphasized. Gender inclusion has been emphasized. You've also assured us to understand that as Action Aid, you are on the ground to make sure that citizens are engaged extensively, to make sure that they are involved in issues of strategic planning, issues of resource allocation, issues of expenditure management, issues of performance measurement, issues of public integrity, as well as oversight. You've also indicated to us that Action Aid is in the process of revisiting its strategic plan, and looking in the room, you see a lot of resources to inform the development of the new strategic plan. So we are enthused to take part in the process, because what is going to be produced will benefit all of us as citizens of this country. Thank you so much for those welcoming remarks, and also preparing us that we can be productive in the national dialogue session currently underway. Another round of applause. I still want to believe that our friends online are able to follow us. And if anyone has a challenge, please make sure that we are aware, so that you don't lose any piece of these transactions taking place this morning. Announcement, kindly take notice that at the back there's tea, which those of you that are feeling that sugar levels are low, have been requested that you can kindly partake of the tea orderly, so that we can still proceed doing our meeting while you are able to raise your sugar levels. Thank you so much for that. We will proceed with our program, and as the program demonstrates, we are going now to have a presentation of the dialogue communique that actually took place last time in September 2022, where the theme was SADC RISDP and social accountability on public resource management. That was the theme from last year. And at the end of the dialogue, there was a communique that was developed. And that communique is the one now that our brother, Wells Chigonembe, the convener himself, is coming to make a presentation. Let's welcome him. Let's clap hands for him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam SG, SADC PF, chairpersons, and all protocol observed. I'll make this presentation. Firstly, I just wanted to talk about one of the social accountability projects that ActionAid has been implementing, probably the one that has also been able to support this gathering, and with support from the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation, SADC. So basically, the project overall aim was to improve social accountability and gender responsiveness in the public resource management. Of course, it was focusing on two sectors of health and agriculture. We are also targeting selected parliamentary committees, working with government departments, issue-based CSOs, smallholder farmers, and the media. The aim of the project was to strengthen collaboration for all these stakeholders. So the next slide is the approach to social accountability monitoring was focusing much on how the government conduct its planning and resource allocation, making sure that the plans at national level, district level, at all levels are answering or addressing the needs of Malawians. And also that those plans are putting resources for delivery. And secondly, making sure that the expenditure, how the resources are utilized, are in line with the plan, and also making sure that there's strengthened performance management, making sure that the service providers are performing in line with the strategic plan, and that at all levels there are mechanisms in place to make sure that the strategic plan is delivered, and that there are no abuse of the public resources, and where the abuse has happened, corrective measures should be implemented. And also, we are making sure that the role of oversight institutions is strengthened, including capacity strengthening. The next slide was that we have been also working with both the demand and the supply side, making sure that there is a strengthened relationship and collaboration. And the next slide, you will see these are some of the interface meetings that we have been holding, including live hearings, public hearings. In the picture, you see the TA in one of the districts in Nsanje also debating on the plans, and also engagements, obviously, with the parliament on issues, and also collaboration with other oversight structures. In the next picture, you see the collaboration with the hospital ombudsman, and also strengthening collaboration, capacity strengthening for the media, and also supporting investigative journalism. Yeah, so quickly to going to the second regional dialogue that was conducted. That's on slide number 13. As my previous speaker, the moderator mentioned, we had also a regional dialogue in collaboration with our counterparts from the SADC Secretariat. This was held from 13th to 15th September. It was a hybrid event, and here in Malawi, we convened at Ufulu Gardens. And during that engagement, over 300 people from 121 of the SADC 16 member states also participated. So the next slide, in terms of the issues that were raised, were that there's generally lack of clarity about the SADC processes at the national level, as well as low levels of public access to and understanding of the SADC information, including planning and reporting documents, and persistent underreporting by SADC member states on their SADC commitments. So this is one of the major concerns that was raised. The second one was that a concern about the absence of functional and accessible SADC national committees as key accountability mechanisms in most member states, while acknowledging progress that has been made in establishing these committees, including Malawi. And I remember one of the discussions was that some of the members from Malawi institutions were not aware about their membership, and then the action point was also made. The meeting also emphasized the importance of social accountability for effective delivery of quality, affordable, accessible, and gender-responsive public services to all our people, and ultimately the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the EU's Agenda 2063 and the SADC Vision 2050 and the regional commitments. The meeting also highlighted the importance of improving investing in SADC citizens' health in general, and promoting access to HIV testing, treatment, and sexual reproductive health services for adolescents and young people in particular. In terms of recommendations, the dialogue also underscored the need for increased participation of women in political spaces, improved data collection on gender indicators at national level and regional levels, and strengthened protection, monitoring, and strategies to tackle gender-based violence within the SADC region. The dialogue also stressed the need to facilitate the full and informed participation of young people at all levels in the formulation, decision-making, and implementation of the RISDP and all SADC commitments. And also, one of the recommendations was that SADC member states should ensure that non-state actors can provide input into and easily access national level planning and reporting information related to RISDP, including providing information to public through national SADC media coordinators. And last but not least, one of the recommendations was that all SADC member states should review their public finance management laws, if necessary, amend them to be in line with the SADC model law on PFM to improve management, transparency, and accountability, and to prevent illicit financial frauds, and also that SADC member states should submit regular and timeless reports on the progress in implementing RISDP commitments and domesticating regional commitments. And my last slides, the last two recommendations, is that SADC member states to expedite the operationalization of the regional development fund and the agricultural development fund to ensure adequate support of the implementation of RISDP, particularly towards support for the smallholder farmers and sustainable, nutritious, diversified food systems and SRH interventions for adolescents and young people. Lastly, we also urged the existing national committees, particularly in Malawi, we also mentioned of Mozambique and Zambia, to further facilitate and support the full participation of non-state actors, especially young people and women. Thank you so much for your active listening. Thank you.
Another round of applause for West Chikonembe. Thank you. It's important that we had to reflect on what was included in the communique, because, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like I indicated when we were walking through the program, we're going to have a public discussion, a panel discussion on both the element of health and the element of agriculture. In that sense, it's very imperative that we must have a foundation of where we are coming from, because it is participatory panel discussion. You'll be required to comment, to ask questions, so that as we leave this room again, there must be a communique which is very informing and engaging. Just to mention that ordinarily this room has regional and national CSOs present. We also have regional and national smallholder farmer associations present. We also have media at the national level. We also have a SADC secretariat present. We also have focal persons, like it was indicated, and also we have parliament. I'm emphasizing this because obviously this room is rich in terms of knowledge and information. And therefore, we'll take advantage of that to make sure that as we engage ourselves into the panel discussion, feel free to participate, because the aim is to extract as much input as possible for making sure that our implementation of the RISDP is effective and efficient. Thank you once again, our presenter, Mr. Wells, for your eloquent and comprehensive reflection of the communique. I hope all of us have been able to take notes. The conveners were generous to give you a note where you should be writing down what you find has exercised your mind, because that's what we need to get you engaged on. Make sure that you have the notes ready for the panel discussion. We'll continue with our program, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore permit me at this point, as the program suggests, we should proceed to have delivery of our keynote address, which is going to be delivered by the Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum. The Secretary General for SADC Parliamentary Forum, who shall do this keynote address online. And I want to believe that our Secretary General is already ready, and I now invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to be attentive as she delivers her keynote address. Let's give a round of applause as she starts delivering. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Let me just start off by saying, honorable members, distinguished colleagues and participants, good morning. Allow me to state the protocol that has already been established by recognizing the SADC Parliamentary Forum Chair of Chairs of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee and the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Honorable Ishmael Onani. Honorable members of Parliament from Malawi present in your respective hierarchies, the guest of honor, the Clerk of Parliament, Mrs. Fiona Kalemba, chairpersons of parliamentary committees, and your staff who are accompanying you, Action Aid Malawi, Executive Director, Madam Pamela Kuwali, and all staff from Action Aid Malawi, the Honorable Ombudsman, Madam Chair, Madam Grace Malera, apologies, my sister, principal secretaries, directors, and other public officers here present, the PISA Regional Project Manager, Ms. Julie Middleton, and all PISA Consortium members from PISA, ESAF, Action Aid, Zambia, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, the committee clerks and staff from National Parliament, including sexual reproductive health and rights researchers based in our various parliaments, the committee clerks of the Parliament of Malawi, the Executive Director of Malawi Health Equity Network, the Executive Director, National Smallholder Farmers Association of Malawi, the President, Coalition of Women Farmers Association of Malawi, members from the issue-based civil society organization, including CISANET, Y+ Youth Network, Gender Justice Unit, officials from Luana, officials from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of the media, with a particular mention to those Mchinji, Muziwatu Community Radio, and National Publications Limited. Allow me at this point to just say, ladies and gentlemen, it's with singular honor that I appear at this session in my capacity as the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I wish to first applaud the proactive maneuvers by the organizers to involve non-state actors in the lead up to the implementation of the Regional Indicatives Strategic Development Plan at the national level in Malawi. This should prepare the SADC representatives or SADC citizens, particularly SADC members of parliament who are among you, to take forward your voices as citizens, as they will be tackling the proposed theme of modernizing agriculture to address food insecurity and unemployment in the SADC region, the role of parliaments, for the 53rd Plenary Assembly, which will take place from the 2nd to the 8th of July in the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable members and dear colleagues, this is especially important as the region is pushed for redress measures in the field of health, agriculture, and education, to cite but a few areas, which require upgrading in view of meeting the objectives specified in the RISDP, the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, or the SADC Vision 2050. Today, we are faced with a panoply of regional commitments taken by member states. Yet, compliance with such commitments remains illusory in certain fields. I wish to emphasize, honorable members and dear colleagues, that non-state actors lie at the heart of the developmental agenda. Non-state actors interact with citizens at grassroots level. Non-state actors recommend policies for public resource management and can engage with other state actors or policymakers to identify legal and policy gaps. Non-state actors represent civil society and ensure that their interest in the implementation of the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan are adequately addressed. And this forum creates one such opportunity for you to work across the constituents that are represented in this meeting, of members of parliament, of youth, and other constituents from all corners of Malawi. In the context of Malawi, non-state actors in this regard can also bridge the communication gaps on public resource management and social accountability, which exists between parliament and the executive, in view of ensuring that parliament is vested with the right information and material to exercise oversight on ministries and relevant departments. This accountability constitutes the very foundation of a democracy, which is founded on the efficacy of checks and balances between all arms of the state. I think it is clear that generally in SADC, we are quite far from the targets set out in the RISDP. For instance, agricultural techniques are today still rudimentary in most regions of Southern Africa, with little attractiveness for the rising youth. Universal health coverage is considered as a fictional promise for most citizens who have to invest in healthcare from their out-of-pocket expenditures, even for purchase of essential medicines. Transparency and accountability are sometimes considered as pedestrian notions, which find their application only in theoretical textbooks rather than practice, some of which are hidden in our communiques or hidden in our reports that we submit to various stakeholders. Honorable members, stakeholders, gender equality, which is an assumption for development under the RISDP, is still far from being attained. I'm sure you are aware that a few days ago, on the 20th of June, the World Economic Forum released the Global Gender Gap Report for 2023. The report assesses several criteria which would ensure that the gender gap is closed worldwide. And it is indeed a stark fact that the gender gap closure is at 68.2% in sub-Saharan Africa, compared to 76.3% in Europe. Honorable members, Issues such as gender equality and human rights are cross-cutting and are fundamental issues which need to be addressed before even starting to consider sustainable development in any field. To elevate results in Southern Africa, there is no roundabout way to do so, other than by directly heightening the accountability of the executive to act in a timely manner. Dear colleagues, today as we discuss the implementation of the RISDP during this national dialogue with non-stake actors, it is thus important that we consider how to engage public stakeholders on accountability and on reporting on progress. This is where we believe that the SADC model law will come handy to non-stake actors. The SADC model law on public financial management is a pioneering legislative instrument which provides the necessary avenues for non-stake actors to act upon and seek accountability from the executive. Although the model law on public financial management has been primarily designed for members of parliament, the model law also constitutes standards which civil society, organizations, and non-stake actors generally can seek from member states in order to improve democratic accountability. For instance, a straightforward measure which would interest all non-stake actors is that of the requirement to report the Sustainable Development Goals completion progress in the yearly budget, such that funding is clearly linked to the SDG initiatives. This is important as we speak of the RISDP, or national plans, or strategies implemented in Malawi to internalize the Regional Indicator Strategic Development Plan, or the Malabo commitments. We are essentially tackling regional obligations through this PFM model law to ensure that the obligations that our countries have signed to see light of day. There is a need for yearly budgets to be progressive and to demonstrate how funding in specific areas contributing to the overall RISDP can be measured. Honorable members and dear colleagues, silence of the budget exercise does not help. Sometimes, even if member states are doing progressive efforts, the outcomes go unreported because the budget process is largely silent. I think you'll concur with me that this has to stop and that the budgets must be expressive in line with the public financial model law dictates. Other measures which would interest non-stake actors include, for instance, engagement with the Public Accounts Committee and running of a complaint system, which also act as a whistleblowing framework to support the committee in its operations. Honorable members, distinguished colleagues and participants, I've not lost track that in delivering this address, I need to demonstrate how the transition of the forum to a regional parliament will assist the regional accountability framework and the fulfilling of commitments by member states, including Malawi. It is important for you to note that the regional parliament will in fact be premised on the increase in linkages between the SADC organs and the regional parliamentary body. In this regard, there will be a permanent joint task team consisting of the SADC Secretariat and the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, which will meet to facilitate correspondence and linkages between the Parliament and other SADC organs. For instance, the SADC organs may recommend that the SADC Parliament consider to prepare and adopt a particular model law, which is relevant to the region, or engage in public consultations over a particular theme or topic. This new avenue of cooperation will thus be useful, since standing committees of the regional parliament will thus engage much more deeply with non-stake actors, with an enlarged mandate for public consultation in areas of regional interest. I therefore invite you to take interest in this development of the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a parliament. The regional parliament will also have an express function to adopt model laws for the region, which will make the latter have higher persuasive authority with the executive and also the judiciary. The regional parliament will be designed to be the bridge between the SADC citizens and initiatives undertaken at regional level, which call for citizen involvement through participatory democracy. Public hearings and public awareness campaigns conducted by the regional parliament will thus involve non-state actors, as well as citizens, for comprehensive and wider consultations on thematic issues such as sexual reproductive health and rights, agriculture, gender, trade, among others, to cite but a few themes of interest. I wish to end by inviting non-state actors present today to actively engage during this session and to consolidate their partnership with the Forum for future endeavors. The Forum is in the process of updating its partnership metrics for its next strategic plan for 2024 to 2022, and is keenly looking forward to working with like-minded organizations and like-minded non-state actors through the Parliament of Malawi. I invite you to contact the Forum and submit your proposals for any collaboration that you wish to see going forward. With these words, I thank you for your kind attention and your listening.
Another big round of applause for our Secretary General. Thank you so much, our Secretary General, for SADC Parliamentary Forum, for a comprehensive keynote address, which you have delivered to this dialogue session currently underway. There are so many issues that have been included in your delivery, the keynote delivered, and it is obvious that in the room, people have been enthused, they've been challenged, they've been encouraged that this meeting is essential and imperative to take place now, because there are so many things that have to be unpacked in order for Malawi to accelerate the implementation of the regional indicative strategic plan development plan, RISDP, for it to also progressively realize the targets. Several things have been mentioned, but there are also issues that we have to seriously take note of, where the Secretary General has lamented that as a region, we are not doing very good in terms of gender inclusion as compared to our colleagues in Europe. And this is a point of concern for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. But what is also fascinating about the keynote address is that the Secretary General has made an announcement where she is saying that there's a transition process whereby the SADC Parliamentary Forum is becoming a regional parliament. The reason for doing so have been expanded, and it includes making sure that citizens are more engaged, citizens are becoming more centrality of making sure that national policies, national strategies, and national laws are informed by their needs. And this will be done by many avenues which have been defined as new avenues engaging the national, local, non-state actors. This is indeed, and therefore the room is pleased with such an announcement. There's also an issue that we've been enthused in this room to challenge the status quo of the extent to which rights holders are able to participate in the implementation of the RISDP. The Secretary General is inviting all of us to make sure that there's increased citizen engagement and meaningful participation to ensure that Malawi is able to achieve the RISDP targets, which by now looks like we are not doing very well. He has lamented that issues of transparency and accountability seem to be a pedestrian notion, and that these are only in the textbooks. I think that is what we have underpinned, that we seem to be thinking that issues of good governance, transparency, and accountability are pedestrian notion. That is not the case. All of us are supposed to participate seriously in issues of good governance. Thank you so much, Madam Secretary General, for your remarks. I will invite another round of applause for you. Another round of applause, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished participants, we will now go to the next item on the program, which is the panel discussion. And the panel discussion basically is seeking to give an update on the implementation of the SADC regional commitments, focusing on the agriculture sector, what has been done so far as the instruments which are at the regional level, the CADAP, and also in Malawi here, the laws and the instruments that we have domesticated, the agriculture plans. What is it that has been done well? Do we have challenges across the agriculture sector? And those challenges, what is it that as a nation we are doing to make sure that we overcome them? And which are the recommendations that should be taken on board to make sure that we overcome these challenges as we move forward? In that regard, ladies and gentlemen, permit me that I invite to the front the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Food and on Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Samir Siruman, to please come to the front. Let's give him a round of applause. I will also invite Bwana Gift Numeri, who is the ED for CESANET. Let's give him another round of applause. Online, we are going to have a representative from Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development, who will participate in the panel discussion online. He'll be able to introduce himself as we begin our program on this panel discussion. We will start our panel discussion. We'll start our panel discussion with the three panelists, but we also have the honor in the room that we have the chairperson for the SADC Parliamentary Forum in Malawi, Honorable Onani, who would like to be providing insights from the SADC perspective about the performance of the agriculture sector in Malawi. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as well to welcome Honorable Onani to the panel. Honorable Onani, please. As you remember, when a colleague from SADC Parliamentary Forum was making self-introductions, he detoured to also extend the credentials for Honorable Onani to say that he's also responsible for making sure that the domestic instruments in the country related to the SADC Parliamentary Forum are actually being implemented. So we believe that he also has a lot of information which should be shared with us this morning so that we know where we stand as a country. So we'll start our panel discussion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, by hearing first from the civil society itself, the non-state actor. In this case, Mr. Gift Numeri is representing the non-state actors on the panel, and I would like to hear from him with precision to what extent or what has Malawi really done well as far as implementation of the regional instruments and the local instruments as far as food security is concerned in Malawi. Let's hear from you. And believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you a space where you'll be required to engage these discussants. It's important that you give attention to what they're going to say because the panel discussion is going to be an interactive one. So I encourage you to be attentive. Mr. Numeri, please.
Thank you very much, the moderator, for giving me this opportunity to focus on what has gone well or what is working in terms of government's implementation in response to the instruments that we've alluded to. So there could be a number of good things that are going on. But first and foremost, I want to say this, that the things that we've seen as government also doing very well. This current budget, they conducted consultations, regional consultations, and sometimes they went up, I had to engage different institutions to get views on how should be, the input to the budget, national budget. I'm glad to say that I think this time around, I would say they had given a listening ear. We have seen a lot of propositions that we made being included in the national budget. A lot of inputs from different civil society, particularly in the agriculture sector. But of course, we wouldn't say that they took almost everything. The agriculture sector, there's been an outcry that there has to be a reform, many reforms that would also respond to the instruments that you've mentioned, including the Malawi Vision 2063, African Union Agenda 2063. If we are going to implement those reforms, our sector would be transformed. We've seen some trends or some processes working. For example, government allocated, for example, 12 billion kwacha in the current budget to be able to support the procurement of maize from farmers. That is a good thing. That is a good sign because that's a lot of money, and we know that the farmers will not be manipulated by the, vendors. I'm just talking about what government has done, but the implementation of it is also another story. Okay, so the provision of 12 billion kwacha is quite a lot. Would really assist the farmers. Farmers will never be, manipulated. Farmers will be able to see the importance of farming. Farming should really be productive to the farmers. Everything that we're talking about, all these instruments, all the agenda, AU Agenda 2063, Malawi Vision 2063, and all these other instruments are designed to uplift the livelihood of Malawians, especially the local people on the ground. And therefore, when we see government being able to put a lot of resources on such programs, it's a good thing. We've also seen that government, they started making a commitment of providing, to come up with the, or to establish the National Seed Regulatory Authority. Of course, this hasn't been materialized, but there's a goodwill that this would want to come into being. We have also seen the flagship program, mega farms, This is also a very good thing that has to be recognized, because all this will also be able to feed into these particular programs that we are designed to see to be able to contribute. I'm expecting you all also to ask me, what is it that is not going on well? Things that would have gone better. Then we'll also be able to give you some reflection about the same. We are aware that government is aware of the challenges of what farmers are going through. And also we are happy that the government has provided a good space for different players to go and support the agriculture sector. It's just this government responsibility to help the farmer. But many other players have been given a platform to be able to go and contribute to the livelihood of a farmer, but also to uplift the whole agriculture sector. We have also seen the recognition of mitigating corruption in the sector, because with corruption, the sector will be affected and will not achieve anything. We've seen some efforts in trying to address those, corrupt tendencies at different levels, okay? At the high level and the lower level. They are all those good intentions. Of course, if you ask me the implementation of such interventions, there's also another story that I'll be able to share with you within the forum. And I know that when I'm talking about giving platform or space for other non-state actors to be able to contribute to the agriculture sector, we also appreciate of other institutions. For example, the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture, which is very effective, which also provide good checks and balances to government. That if things are not going on very well, they're able to speak out. If things are going on very good, they are also given a platform to be able to speak out. These are some of the examples that would say that they are going on very well. But of course, we've got another story that would demonstrate that things are not going on very well. For now, let me stop there, as a moderator, that I can also get contribution from others. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those submissions, Mr. Gifford Numeli, representing non-state actors. You've said quite a number of things. You've commended the reforms that have taken place, the enforcement of the gate prices, which the government sets. You've also commended the mechanisms that have been put in place to mitigate the wastage of resources, issues of inviting other key players, as well as the efficiency and effectiveness of our Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you so much for those submissions. Indeed, I'll come back to you just to hear from you. What are the things that could have been done better? That's a very important question, because we need to cure that so that we can consolidate the gains that we have so far made. I'll go to you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Samir Suleiman. We are hearing much about the importance of Malawi being able to have adequate resources allocated towards what they have defined as sustainable production of sustainable, nutritious, diversified foods in Malawi. I just want to find out from you, as the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee, are you satisfied with the process of how money is allocated to the sector of agriculture? Or is there any hope that with your leadership, there can be an influence on how allocation to the agriculture sector can be reconfigured to make sure that we have additional resources to the AIP, but to other areas of importance which sustain the agricultural productivity? What do you think should be done?
Thank you, moderator. I should start by saying that the agriculture sector currently is enjoying a lot of support, both locally and international. Just last year, I think it was number 2 on sharing the cake from the national budget, which shows that there is commitment both from government and international and local stakeholders. The problem we have, as usual,
Bwana Moderator, is the implementation. We, as Agriculture Committee, we have always pushed so that we should do more in terms of irrigation, and also in terms of attracting the youth in joining the agriculture sector. We feel that this is the only way to go. Of course, now we have also added another important aspect that we need to really work on as a country, is the introduction of compost manure, which we feel will do wonders for our soils, which are now almost dry. All the nutrients are out. But at the same time also, I should commend the government for being flexible. We have seen the committee work on resource allocation through the cluster committees. And I should commend government, as I said, that we have seen some flexibility where recommendations from the committee are taken on board. I think if we continue that way, our oversight role will be easier. And I should also commend Parliament under the leadership of our Speaker, that we have seen more this cohort coming from Parliament in terms of oversight. Of course, we are still not yet there where we should start tapping our backs, but we are in the right direction. The moment Parliament is free from too much politics, we'll be able to do much better. But our focus right now, I should say, when we are having all these, I should also ask Pamela and the group, who are doing a very good job, emphasis on promoting agriculture to the youth. You know, our youth are used mostly when they're finishing schools. They're always being told of white-collar jobs. You'll be a manager, you'll be a pilot, you'll be a doctor. But there's no emphasis or no promotion or no incentives that would make them want to join the agriculture sector. So I think that's another way to go, because if we look at our population now, over 70% are the youth, and that should be our target. But Moderator, let me stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Honorable Samir Suleiman, for your submission. Very, very useful, quite important insights, where you're saying at least the budget allocations are not escaping the agriculture sector. You continue to benefit from the national budget. At least this year, you are second in terms of the sector which has received the most. You have also talked about issues of youth participation in agriculture, and you have shared with us your views in terms of shifting to maybe composite manure technology to make sure that we have transformed our land, which seems to be non-productive in many cases. You've also commended the government flexibility, particularly for responding to cluster recommendations. And also, we've taken note of what you have recommended to the leadership of agriculture institutions like Action Aid and CSNET, to make sure that there are programs that can incentivize young people to become farmers as well. Thank you so much for those submissions. We'll come back to you for more questions, but in the meantime, let me hear from the Deputy Director for Economic Planning at the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, Mr. Adwell Zembele, who is also responsible for regional economic integration. We want to hear from you, Deputy Director. What is the philosophy of the ministry as far as the agriculture sector is concerned? What is it that we have to be assured from the ministry perspective as far as increased production of diversified nutritious foods is concerned? You have the floor.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, you are, Deputy Director.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so one thing that we want to make sure that we do as a government is to ensure that our people are taking part in the economic activities so that economic integration benefits them directly. That's why you will see that government is continuously providing support to our people. As you are aware, as a country, we are mainly agro-based, and a large percentage of our GDP is derived from that economic activity. And interestingly, the majority of our people are also in this sector. So in terms of our philosophy as a government, we would want to make sure that Malawians themselves benefit from the economic integration that Malawi is engaging in, SADC being one of them. And on the nutrition aspect of it, one thing that we are making sure that we are doing is to ensure that we are diversifying production, that's agricultural activities. Right now, you may agree with me that I think in terms of the food crops, we are mainly focusing on the maize production. I think this is our traditional crop. But of late, you might have noted that we are also encouraging production of, for example, soya beans. Of course, soya, as of now, one would say is more of a commercial crop. But once a farmer has produced this crop, you will discover that they would leave some portion for consumption. But also other related products like groundnuts, you talk of sugar beans, all these, as government, we are encouraging that we produce as a country. More importantly, our people should be able to produce these commodities. But maybe another philosophy that we are seeing is, and now already starting to implement, is to ensure that as a country, we are now able to produce, but at the same time, we should have enough even to start exporting. That's why, as government, we are now talking about the mega farms, whereby we are encouraging the private sector to come in and even support the smallholder farmers in a way of what we are calling anchor farm model, whereby the private sector would be supporting the smallholder farmers that are around their farm. That way, we are already promoting the uptake of the products of the smallholder farmers, because then already they are assured of access to markets through the anchor farm that would be around their communities. So, Mr. Moderator, in a brief, what I would say is, for a long time, Malawi is has been known to be an agri-based economy, but we have seen that year in, year out, we also talk about food insecurities and the like, yet we are predominantly agriculture. So going forward, we want to be able to produce enough so that we can be self-sufficient, and at the same time, we are able to have some that we can also be exporting, thereby generating forex in the process. Mr. Moderator, I think for now I can stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director, Mr. Adwell Zembere. But before you go, I just want to have you share with the forum this morning, in as brief as you can, brief explanation as you can, regarding, assuming that Honorable Chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Food Security, Agriculture and Food Security, wishes to become number one in terms of allocation of resources. What do you think are your measures for resource mobilization which you can put in place to make sure that agriculture has increased allocation of resources? 2 minutes.
Yeah, in terms of resource mobilization for agriculture, there are a number of ways. I think the traditional one is through the tax revenue that we always get through the Malawi Revenue Authority. That one is a major source for financing the budget. Of course, we know that we do get grants sometimes, but I think as of now, this component is going down. So that's why as government, we now talk about need to expand the tax base so that we are able to generate more. But also this concept of bringing in the private sector is another way of generating resources for agriculture. Of course, it will not go directly through the budget, but it will still be going towards that sector. And more importantly, and I think this is what we normally forget, that when we talk about developing the country, we are not necessarily talking about government alone, but we are aware that there are different sources of financing, even through the civil society. The civil society definitely has a lot of resources that as a country, we can leverage to develop even our agriculture sector. So that's why now as the Minister of Finance, if my colleagues from Treasury were here, they would have told you that we are developing what we are calling an integrated national financing framework, which will show us the available options for resourcing the country's development. So in brief, that's what I would say, but definitely we need to diversify the sources. Thank you very much, Mr. Director.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director for Economic Planning, for your submission. I deliberately withheld you, Honorable Nani, to be the last one to make a comment, because we are aware that there are plans underway for the establishment and operationalization of the Regional Development Fund and the Agriculture Development Fund. You've heard for yourselves how the civil society is ambitious to see the agriculture sector growing. You've also heard from the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture and Food Security about being second. We would have loved to hear from you what has been done so far to accelerate the operationalization of the two funds, the Regional Development Fund and the Agriculture Development Fund. You have the floor, Honorable Onan.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Yeah, I think those are the two most important funds that when we discussed at SADC level, we thought, and we still feel, that they would make a difference in the agriculture sector. Suffice to say that if we are to go down to Malawi, I think you can appreciate and also understand that there are some things that have taken place. When we remember between the years of 2010, 2011, we had the Export Development Bank, which was under Reserve Bank. It's a very good concept on paper. But if we go to the reality on the ground, you would find that it's 0/10. And most likely you would find that, you know, the indigenous Malawian that has got a genuine plan When he writes a proposal and goes there, it has never been entertained. And what has happened to that fund? It's the foreigners that have taken advantage. And they have duped the government. So when we talk of such type of funds, of development funds, that we look at the regional level and also in particular to the agriculture, we still feel that that is the right way to go, but we would also need to find some source searching within ourselves. Because I can also give you an example. For Malawi, we have got another loan that we took that should be under Agriculture Commercialization Project, AGICOM, under World Bank. But what are the fruits? Because when we talk of the Agriculture Development Fund that we're talking about under SADC, it's not going to be so different. It will be similar. Also, when we look at other commercial banks, you're going to find that they're also providing some special loans for agriculture. But the question should be, are they tailor-made for the agriculture sector? Because you don't expect a farmer to go borrow for agriculture farming, and then you expect him to start paying the loan after a month, when you know that it will take another 3 months or 4 months thereabout to harvest, and also another month or so thereabout to get a good market. So these are the issues that we as SADC, we thought that, no, we need to push, and we're pushing, and the domestication has started taking place. Of course, Malawi, we are slightly behind, but Malawi are also catching up because most of the domestications that we had planned, they're taking place. So that is what I would say for now, that it is there, but we just need to sit down and sit as one and see how best we can utilize all these small chips that we have so that they should be advantageous to the local Malawian to develop the nation. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists. They will not leave the floor until you engage them. So I'm inviting you to engage our panelists. And as you ask your question and also make your comment, make sure you are as precise and concise as possible, because we want to take advantage of the remaining time to do another panel discussion on health. So I'll recognize our representative.
Thank you very much. Permit me to give comments on behalf of Malawi Forum for Graduate Advisory Services and the Commercial Agriculture Support Services, representing the non-state actors in the commercial agriculture sector and in the provision of agricultural services in Malawi. So my context might be contextualized to Malawi, but I think the issues also cover SADC because MAFAS is a member of the South African Forum for Graduate Advisory Services and also a member of AU through the AU Development Agency as CAS. So we got a regional perspective on quite a lot of issues. The problem is that the issue of non-state actors somehow does not include private sector when you look at the engagement, and that I think needs to be looked at. I'll be commenting on through the document, the communique, point 2.12, 2.13, 2.21, 2.23, 1.8, 1.12. Those are the areas where my general comments will come from. First of all, I would want to give you one English proverb, which goes, we have to fly like butterflies, but we have to sting like a bee. So I look at the dialogue that we tend to fly a lot, but we don't sting. Lastly, is a Chinese proverb that says, talk does not cook rice. Somebody needs to go and buy the rice, firewood, and start cooking rice. The talks that are happening here, nobody cooks. As you can actually see it from the panelists. They are just failing to say we are failing to cook, and we don't have rice. That's what they are actually saying. So the first thing is that I'll tackle it in the sense of agriculture private sector. Food security for a country refers to the availability and access of sufficient and safe and nutritious food to maintain health and an active life for its people. It involves 4 key components: availability, access, utilization, and stability. On availability, it means that the country has to have enough food available consistently and through its own production. Now, the problem there on availability is that private sector is not used for the availability. It is suppressed for food security. Now, for example, I'll give you an example so that you can see what I'm trying to say about availability. If I had a contract, we have a contract to grow, say, 200 hectares of maize to export. We will not be able to export that. People will say that maize is also for food security, but you've grown it as a commercial crop. Now, if youth were involved in growing maize, how would they make money? They won't, because of the way we are treating food security. Secondly, it's about access. Even if food is available, people must also have adequate resources to purchase or barter that food. At the end of the day, you find the Reserve Bank rules prohibit barter. But today we've seen the government go out there and do barter trade at a lower price than the market prices that they have set themselves. Are we really serious? Number 3 is the issue of utilization. That's about now nutrition and all that kind of stuff. People's ability to intake and metabolize that food is very, very important and can be influenced by the health status, which shall be the next discussion. Now, the problem is, do we invest enough time to bring in new dietary preparations and all that kind of stuff? You find that people just talk about this in terms of women, youth, but utilization of even the normal sweet potato has failed us. We've had a big crop of sweet potatoes, but we are failing to make spaghetti out of it, which China does. So at the end of the day, we have to look at ourselves seriously as a country or as a SADC. Number 4 is stability. This refers to the ability to maintain all the 3 aspects over time. Now, I know you want to cut me, but the problem is we in the commercial sector are not part of this dialogue. That's the problem. However, most of the issues that I'm covering, we had an interface with the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture. So most of the issues, they know them as we speak. So I'll submit a paper to cover the issues that we've tried to cover under my Forum for Agriculture Advisory Service for the past 5 years, which have not been taken into account. So I'll submit that to summarize everything. However, I would want to say that commercial agriculture is the one that is going to drive or deliver all these aspirations that we are talking about in agriculture. But the question is, serious question is Ministry of Agriculture the right entity to drive commercial agriculture? 2, exports, banning of exports and all that. Look at what has happened now. You are banning import and export of tomatoes in Malawi or whatever reasons they have. At the end of the day, is that supportive to planning? Because right now, I'll tell you, we have got 2 companies that were supposed to set up a factory for manufacturing of fiber out of bananas. They've cancelled to set up that factory here. They're setting up in Zambia. Why? They say the export, the business conditions in Malawi are not good. Okay? Why? Because of this, change of that, change of this. Then the other issue is in the 2030 NAP, the National Agricultural Policy that's being set up now. When you look at the dialogue with private sector, is it genuine or it is just assumed? Lastly, though I have got other things which I will submit, of course, is the issue of government income and expenditure. Why are we talking of expanding the income base of government? Why is it that we run away from reducing expenditure of government? Thank you very much.
Quite comprehensive, Mr. Govert. Talk does not cook a rice. You're right. Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. So you've given us an outline of what needs to be done in terms of availability, access, utilization, and stability. But you've also emphasized on the issue of emphasizing on commercialization of the agriculture sector, which I believe has been duly emphasized in our Malawi 2063 agenda. So my panel here have taken note of your submission, and I think you can be able to be engaged now, briefly, but as you say, you'll be submitting your insights. We welcome your insights, and please, Mr. Welsh Chigonembe will make that facilitation. We'll take further comments from the floor, 3 more, that we can go back to our panel, and then we can close this part and go to the health sector. Any more engagements? Yes, Clement?
Thank you, moderator. I have a question that's directed to Honorable Onani, who is also representing the SADC forum. When the chairperson of agriculture was submitting his submission on the panel, he made mention the issue to do with non-state actors, making sure that they are also including young people or youth in the agribusiness or in the agricultural sector. I just want to understand from your own perspective, Honorable Onani, in terms of integration, because if you look at pillar number 1 of the SADC RISDP, it talks about industrial development and the market integration. Now, let's underline the word integration. What does it mean to say integration at SADC level? Because as we speak now, there are a number of challenges that is also impinging on the integration issue, which include lack of infrastructure, incompatible political and economic systems, and also uneven benefits of integration itself. Not forgetting institutional incapacity and also poor economic and political governance. As we speak now, I still have a challenge when we start in advancing the issue of integration. One, the fact that we still have to use passports in the region for one to trade between one country to another country. How do you look at that at SADC level? Because we cannot be starting incentivizing the agriculture for young people when most of these young people cannot even afford a passport, but yes, they have interest in agriculture. But they have, yes, products, but they can't cross a border without passport. Where is the regional integration when we start thinking about bringing in young people into the agricultural sector or agricultural business? Thank you.
Thank you. What are we putting as enabling environment for integration, particularly when it comes to young people? I have a hand, and I'll come back the floor here one after the question has on. I give you Mr. Sheuneni Kulasha.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and I will not put on my video just to make sure that I remain connected for purposes of enhancing communication. Chair, I wish to come in on the question that was directed to Honorable Onani, which focused more on the agricultural fund, and maybe to assist the meeting in terms of context. I think when we talk about the role of SADC, it is important that we set the context correctly, in the sense that SADC, just like a national government or the state at national level, is the executive, is the legislature, and is the judiciary. Honorable Onani is in this meeting representing the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which, as the Secretary General said, is the grouping of national parliaments and is now being transformed to become a SADC parliament. In this regard, the perspectives that would suit Honorable Onani are those related to what parliamentarians are doing in terms of the context of the mandate of parliament, and in particular the SADC Parliamentary Forum, less of what the executive, which is the summit and the Council of Ministers, are doing. So even in terms of responding to what SADC Parliamentary Forum is doing, it must be understood in the context of the mandate of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as a parliamentary board. Having said that, I wished to share with the colleagues the fact that this project under which we are having this meeting, which is strengthening social accountability and oversight in health and agriculture in Southern Africa, is actually a project of the SADC Parliamentary Forum jointly with the consortium on PSA, wherein Action Aid is part. And that has been constituted as part of the deliberate attempts by parliamentarians of the SADC region to ensure that we interrogate the issues of health and agriculture in the SADC region. This goes to confirm what SADC PF and parliamentarians are doing. SG, in a presentation, made mention and even made a call to say, come and partner with SADC PF. We have structures such as the plenary assembly, the standing committees, including the committees that Honorable Onani chair, which have been deliberately created to bridge the gap between citizens, non-state actors, and policy at regional level, so that you are able to engage with your parliamentarians and be able to tackle these issues collectively. And that goes to demonstrate what SADC Parliamentary Forum is doing. We have been on record creating public hearings online, where we have invited non-state actors and other role players to come and engage with parliamentarians so that they convey to the parliamentarians the issues that they wish to be advanced by the parliamentarians through the structures of SADC PF. And that again confirms how ready SADC PF is to engage with the partners so that we tackle the question of regional integration collective. Chair, as I conclude, coincidentally, the theme for the 53rd Plenary Assembly, which is going to take place in Tanzania from the 2nd to the 8th of July, is actually on modernizing agriculture for food security and youth employment in the SADC region, the role of parliamentarians. This again confirms how engaged SADC PF is in terms of dealing with these issues. So what will be useful is that when you are putting questions to Honorable Onani, there must be questions that are talking about what we are doing from a parliamentary perspective and less of what is being done by the summit and heads of state and council, because we have to respect the principle of separation of powers. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that indulgence. We have taken note of your submission and will abide by that. Thank you so much, colleagues. We will proceed, and I'll take one more question from the floor before I return to my panel. One more question, if there's any, or a comment. Yes, Dominic. Any microphone? Okay.
Thank you so much, Leon. My question is going to the Chair for Agriculture. I just wanted us to reflect on the AIP in terms of its challenges, and also so far maybe perhaps looking at the achievement that have been registered so far. I think evidence is just so huge that the program, I think, has drastically failed, and we keep on allocating billions of kwacha to it. So I just wanted to find out, you as a committee, in terms of the role, to making sure that maybe perhaps there is an alternative to that that is sustainable, but also making sure that the program is actually delivering its intended purpose in terms of resource allocation. So I just wanted to find out if your committee is aware about that, and what are you doing about that failure to actually propose alternative to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. That's the last question. Perhaps if there'll be any, okay, I'll recognize you, Executive Director for Medjin, Madam Betha Piri, and my colleague over here. You'll be the last. Very quickly, because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My question also goes to the chairperson of Agriculture Parliamentary Committee. Particularly, I'm interested in financing and also the director who presented through online. So my question really is, how do you rate Malawi in terms of performance as it attributes to the SADC outcomes? Remember, the SADC agenda aims at combating economic backwardness of African countries, regional, in the region itself. Now, when you talk about the financing, which you indicated that the government is doing well, it's trying to invest in agriculture, but then how can you rate in terms of our economic backwardness, particularly in the region, but also in Africa at large? I'm saying this because your sentiments are kind of contradictory to what we've been hearing, particularly reports from the National Planning Commission that financing has not been going on well, even financing the MIP1, the MIP1 itself, amidst the prevailing cyclones and the shocks that we are facing. And then how would you concretize your submission and your presentation to say we seem to be doing better, but in the context of SADC agenda, the economic integration itself, particularly the combating of economic backwardness, where are we? Thank you.
And finally, here.
Thank you, Chair, for giving the opportunity for me to respond to a question that was raised by my brother there to do with cross-border trade with visa-free access. I will respond from the perspective of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is a policy that we are currently working on. It's actually advancing the interests of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are capitalizing on the youth. So we are more or less like holding discussions to make sure that at least the youths are involved. As you realize, the African Youth Charter underscores the need for the continent to recognize the efforts of the youths. So we're really trying our level best. We're not yet there, but trust us, we are getting there. So perhaps I will try to help SADC-PF to address that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Representative from Foreign Affairs, for your response. At this point, I'll now return to my panel, and I'll be able to just add, as you respond to the question, make sure that you are also winding up your comments on the issue of agriculture. I want just to find out from Mr. Gift Numeri, are you impressed with the level of engagement from government as far as agriculture is concerned? Have we come to a point where we are satisfied about citizen engagement in the policy framework formulation and implementation of programs as citizen engagement? How about issues of social accountability monitoring as well? Honorable Samuel Suleiman, as a legislator, are you convinced we have enough instruments that can facilitate or accelerate social accountability monitoring in the financial sector, financial systems, agriculture sector? Thank you. I'll take those comments from you as we wind up, and Honorable Nani, you'll be the last as well to address the issues, because there are many issues that you have to concretize from the viewpoint of SADC Parliamentary Forum. So I'll ask first, Gift, are you impressed? Thank you. I will allocate time, so each one of you has 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. So as
the question is, Gift, are you impressed? I would say yes, in terms of the engagement. Okay, government has been engaging. You're talking about the citizenry. You should also understand that when government wants to engage the citizenry, there is a process. At the same time, you should recognize the fact that citizenry sometimes is represented by different institutions. Parliament is one of them. We have civil society that also are representing the citizenry. I'll tell you that one of the ministries that is busy engaging the citizenry through these institutions, one of which would be the Ministry of Agriculture. And I think when I made a first submission, I alluded to the fact that we've seen the inclusion of some of the ideas of some of the submissions that civil society, on behalf of the citizenry, presented towards the budget. And that was something which is very commendable. But you know, the engagement is just engagement. And sometimes it ends there. The implementation of such engagement is what we need to question. What is the product of such engagements that we've had with the ministry or government? Are the submissions that civil society, parliament, and all other stakeholders presenting, is it being implemented? And how is it implemented? I like what the official from the ministry said. He said, farming is not maize, because our mind, we've been thinking that when you talk about farming is maize. We can diversify. And I know that people are also trying to diversify, which is a good thing. And that has to be promoted at all levels. Okay? But the problem that we also see is that we have very good technocrats that knows their job. They know what they want to do. But politicization of agriculture sector is the main problem that we have in this country. Sometimes you wonder, why do they, politicize the Ministry of Gender? Why not politicizing the Ministry of Youth? Because they also need a special attention the same way they are giving to the agriculture sector. Okay? If we leave the technocrats to be able to implement what they have in place, the engagements that I have with National Planning Commission, Parliament, civil society, I'm telling you, the agriculture sector would have changed. But because, politicians, they have, this is what maybe Honorable will be able also to allude to, will be able to comment, that they have taken advantage of our docility as citizenry. Okay? The issue of corruption. Right now, we know that there's corruption everywhere. But what we're able to hear more is the corruption going on in the agriculture sector. One thing that we also need to be surprised is, he said, Honorable said, that international community is pumping a lot of billions of dollars into the agriculture sector. Citizens are also contributing through tax that government is able to allocate to the agriculture sector. Civil society is on the ground trying to help the agriculture sector. But what we see is food insecurity year in, year out. During the Kamuzubanda regime, one party system, the issue of food insecurity wasn't an issue. Then we are into multi-party democracy where we expected that things would have improved, even far much better. but the results are actually opposite. Is the food security a reality or is it being manufactured? Are we contributing to food security or food insecurity? Because, I mean, the civil society, I know the NGOs, there are quite a lot of NGOs that have got a lot of good interventions that have been tried out. And the results are massive. And sometimes you wonder that their input or the resources are a little bit minimal, but government has got a lot of resources, you know, in the agriculture sector. But the results that we get is also, leaves also a little bit desired. They said, Leon, someone said that Malawi is an agri-based economy, right? And we know that our young people are not employed. We've got land. Let me just try to digress a little bit. Today, agriculture is becoming an activity for each and every citizen. And it's not only agriculture, but agribusiness. Now we've seen what people are calling them weekend farmers, that people, if you go to Nchinji Road, a lot of young people are investing in farming, but government is not actually looking at them, trying to support them, because those are also having interest. That will be able to contribute to the GDP because they are trying to, you know, to have bigger farming, bigger farm, be able to produce more, but for export. But the problem now is market access. People are producing. We have a lot of badada, we mocked about it. Why don't we sit down and look at where do we get the market where people can be able to use the potatoes that we produced?
Thank you.
And again, that maybe the resources that everyone is talking about, that Ministry of Agriculture gets too little. Maybe the problem is not the resources that are being invested in the Ministry of Agriculture, but probably how do we prioritize the resources that we have to be able to go down there? Because you know, you might be shocked that the extension service that we would have helped to uplift the livelihood of farmers is not really fully supported. As I speak today, you'd be surprised that one extension worker is able to take care of over 4,000 farmers. How can you be effective to look at 4,000 farmers in a village? This is happening in Mulanje. This also would be a case with different, districts. Why don't we invest in the extension service? Okay, the IAP. Dominic was asking about the same. How much money are we investing in IAP, and how much are we getting from it? This government, of course, they mentioned that they would reform it as soon as possible, but that reform is taking too long because I think we are doing a lot of wastage using that particular facility.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leon.
Thank you, Gift, for your responses and comments from questions that came from the floor. I will now invite Honorable Samir Suleiman to also respond to some of the questions and also acknowledge the comments that came through. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. I'd love to invite my good friend here to join politics in the coming next year. But he's done a good job. He's responded to most of the issues that were raised. I wanted to say this on the AIP. That program needs to go. It's something that we all agree on. The politicians, the beneficiaries themselves. But what do we graduate to? That's where the problem is. If you get up today and tell the current president to abandon AIP, he would be mad, because that program has too much politics in it. It's a political program. We need to accept that. It has happened in all the previous governments. They start the first year, it's a trend now. If you see the first year, 4.5 million beneficiaries, second year, 3 million, third year, by the time they leave in government, it's at 500,000-600,000. We have not graduated from it. We have not benefited from it. Apart from that program being heavily involved with cash, it has become too corrupt. I would like to agree as well with my colleague that the ministry itself needs revamping, needs to be reworked on. Because if you go now to the ministry, you'll see that extension works are ignored. Animal production works are ignored. There's so much, the ministry is vast. All the concentration is on AIP. And I would want also to answer on the question of how we rate our financing in terms of in the SADC region. You said I was contradicting myself. No, I was not. If you look on paper, the agriculture sector is enjoying a lot of support. But if you go down, you see that that support is not trickling down. Reasons: we have wrong priorities. Malawi is abundant of water, full of water, yet fertile land. But at the same time, it's a country that always suffers from hunger. So it's not what, the problem is not what God gave us. The problem is ourselves. Wrong priorities. We have talked of mega farms. What is being done on the ground? Nothing. We have talked of value addition. I'll give you an example. I brought up this as well this other day, this week. You can't expect to achieve more if you're not value adding. Look at ADMAC today. ADMAC has 4 factories, brand new, lying in Liwonde. 1 factory to make dar, 2 rice processing factories. These are brand new machines that are rotting, gaining dust, rusting in Liwonde. Who do you blame? We can talk and talk and talk, but what are we doing on the ground? Nothing. We have the factories right here. We are exporting pigeon peas. Yet we have a factory brand new lying down in Liwonde, mounted already. We are failing to produce dar, where we can get more money, create employment. So this is where the problem is. Let us focus on the main issues. The AIP program, as I said, is political. We need to be helped by you CSOs and partners. Find us solutions. Agree, we need to phase it out. But what do we move to? What do we move to? No politician will allow to just phase it out. But where do we move to? Give us options. Tell us what to do. Let's do a pilot phase. If it works, we can graduate to that. But also, it should be a graduating program. You can't expect to give free fertilizer every year, year in, year out, without any benefit. Let's have a 3-year program that eventually after 3 years, everyone is sustainable, they can continue themselves, and at the same time, the money that was going into AIP can be invested in other areas that need money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And finally, Honorable Ishmael Onan, what do you have to say from what has come from the floor?
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll start. Let me also thank my dear brother Kurasha, who joined us online to explain the separation of powers and exactly what we do as SADC PF, SADC Parliamentary Forum. And also we're hoping that after the integration, we should also have a little bit of some power, but most of the power going to be rising with the heads of state and of course the Council of Ministers. But my dear brother was asking issues to do with integration and the youth. I just want also to highlight, to say that we as members of parliament within SADC, we have discussed some of these issues at length in regards to integration. I gave an example, I think, in one of our meetings with the European Union. You see, in Europe, when you are a student, let's say in Italy, you are doing a degree program and you are trying to specialize in a certain field. and that field is not found in Italy, you know, they would allow you to go to Spain in a similar university just for that particular course on that subject, on that program, and then you go back to Italy and you graduate. So these are the things that we're also to talk at length within SADC as members of parliament to say, why can't we also recognize our education system? Because if I'm a graduate from Malawi and I happen to go to Zambia, South Africa, I should be recognized as such. And if I've done a diploma, I happen to go to Tanzania, I should be recognized as such. And if I want to continue, I should start from my second year so that we don't waste human resource and also the finances that we use to educate that particular person. But suffice to say, Mr. Moderator, we as SADC PF, when we make these policies, the domestication lies in the heads of states and also in the particular governments. So it's not really something that we at Parliament, at SADC PF, that we have got stronger mechanisms that would say, no. For us, we make, we adopt, and we recommend. But the domestication lies in the hands of that particular government because of the whole setup the way it is. And also within SADC PF, we have also started having public hearings. So we were also trying to promote a standing committee on public hearings so that we're able to go around and hear and tell the people. So we're trying to bring the parliament to the people. This is something that I can also urge our colleagues like Pamela. She's doing a very fantastic job with Action Aid. What if we can also take this domestication to the public universities? You see, Mr. Moderator, when we look at the public universities with the RISDP itself, you find that most of our graduates, they don't really know about it. But what if we can go there and have a chat with the year 2s, the year 3s, the year 4s? Because this will be the best of the brains once they graduate, and this will be very fresh to the market. So some of them, they would work for the government, some of them they're going to work for the non-state actors, some of them they're going to work for the private sector, some of them they're going to be their own bosses, so that at least their thinking should be aligned with what we want to achieve in SADC under the SADC goals of 2050, under Malawi 2063, under the 10-year plan of 2030. So these are the things that, even if we can organize these conferences, we go to Polytechnic, we ask all the other private universities that are around Blantyre to come to Polytechnic so that we transform this information to them for the betterment. Because we have also done a lot in SADC. We have done the gender-based violence. We have done the eradication of the child marriage. But the question would be, what have the non-state actors done about that? Because these are model laws that we have adopted, and these are model laws that we have championed. But have we transformed it going to the grassroots level? Yeah. Because if we just target the local person that where I come from the community where I come from, we're not going to achieve it. Why can't we also target those young graduates? Because those are the freshest of brains on the market. So for us, we're going to advocate. We've got the public hearing. We have got the ear, as our Secretary General has also alluded to. Please come partner with us. We need those ideas. And also we expect everyone to take part. It shouldn't be the non-state actors or the government itself, but every single citizen within the SADC PF or within the SADC member states, they should take part. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. I see students writing dissertation on RISDP. That would be fantastic. We have to conclude by inviting finally Deputy Director Zembere. 1 minute as we wind up. 1 minute, Director Zembere.
Mr. Moderator, I was worried when you were saying finally the honorable, because two questions came to me, but actually they are basically related. Why expand the tax base instead of reducing the expenditure? But also, how are we rating Malawi's progress on the SADC? I paraphrase that to say, how are we rating ourselves on the progress on the SADC macroeconomic convergence? So these two really are talking about the same thing. Why expand the tax base is because we recognize that those that are already paying taxes, for example, the private sector, is already doing a lot. So that's why we need to widen the net. We are aware that Malawi, the informal sector in Malawi is so big. And if we can manage to formalize some of the informal players, definitely government should be able to collect more. Why collect more instead of reducing expenditure? It's just because in the current setup, the honorable members of parliament would agree with me that the large part of what we are collecting now goes towards statutory expenditure. What do I mean by that? What I mean is there are expenditures that government cannot run away from. We just have to spend on those ones. That's why you would hear currently the head of state lobbying partners that we need to restructure our debt, because that way we release some resources to be going towards implementing projects so that we are able to make progress on some of the macroeconomic indicators. Otherwise, we know the private sector is already doing a lot, so we don't have to squeeze them further, but widen the net. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director Zembele. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. We can actually give them the Obama applaud because they have to be clapped hands until they take their seats. Obama clap for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you for your information, insights, comments, observation, and thank you as well, members who are present here, as well as our colleagues that are online for being participatory. We'll go straight to the next panel discussion, which is on health. But as we proceed there, as our members of the panel are coming to the front, I would request that those that have not taken their tea can actually, because we are not going to have a break due to restraint of time. We will not have a formal break. So in case you have not taken your cup of tea, please, and there are also some juices, feel free and partake of that. We'll proceed to the next set of panel discussion. And as we engage the panelists, permit me to welcome to the front first the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Health, HIV/AIDS Management and Nutrition, the Honorable Dr. Matthew Ngwali. Let's give him a round of applause. We should also have a representative from MAGA, online. This is the Hadrod Kandawire. He's the executive director for MAGA. And maybe I would bother you again. Mr. Executive Director for MWHEN, I was told that we have to improve on the pronouncement of the abbreviation. MWHEN, Malawi Health Equity Network. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Joby, thank you for accepting. And then we also have a representative communications specialist, I think. Madam from Y+, Madam from Y+. Oh, okay. Okay, all right. It means the district coordinator will make self-introductions and also take the floor. Let's give him a round of applause. So it's a panel of 4, but since we are privileged this morning to have the SADC Parliamentary Forum chairperson for Malawi, Honorable Ishmael Onani, we'll be able also to have you come in, make any comments, which will also be important for our discussion. We will have a representative or the founder himself of the Africa Belief, an online publication, Mr. Winston Mwale, to also join the panelists. Mr. Winston Mwale, most likely he's going to participate online if he's not in the room, but he's also part of the panel. Distinguished participants, this panel is now on health. So we have to switch our minds to think like we are now dealing with issues of health. So I have on the floor the chairperson for the Parliamentary Committee on Health, HIV/AIDS Management and Nutrition, Honorable Matthew Ngwale. I also have the Executive Director from MHEN, Mr. George Jobe. I have a representative for Y+, who will make self-introductions. He's the district coordinator, I understand. And then we also have MAGA, Malawi Local Government Association, MAGA, represented by the ED himself, Hadrodin Kandawile, and then finally the media practitioner, founder for Africa Belief Online, Winston Mwale. I'll start with you, Honorable Ngwale, Dr. Ngwale. The study reveals that the entire national budget to health, the government is currently making only 1.6% contribution towards its Malawi Malaria Strategic Plan. And then in the last 2 years, 2022, the budget allocation was 10% to the health. And then in the health sector, this year, we have 8.5%, even though the nominal value, the nominal allocation has gone up, but the percentage has dropped to 8.5. Now, what this means is that, from what we hear, is that the health sector is largely financed by the donor community, the development partners and the donor community. In this case, as a parliamentary committee, what steps are being taken to retire from donor dependency and ensure that the public resources are significantly visible, with particular mention in programming and intervention of sexual reproductive health for adolescent and young people? Because we believe that we made a commitment under the budget declaration that we shall do 15%, but we seem to be falling short of that commitment. As your committee, what is the problem? What is it that we have to do as a country? Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator, for that good question. Indeed, Malawi is dependent, especially the health sector, is dependent on donors. We are falling very short of the 15% Abuja declaration. But then sometimes we fail to appreciate ourselves. On that front, somehow we have moved. I wanted to register that. When I became Member of Parliament in 2019, the donor dependence was at 80% of our budget, the health budget. But I must say that government over the years, with our involvement, Mehin's involvement, we've been working hard and mentioning issues of not being donor dependent. And we have moved from 80% to the current 58%. Unfortunately, the fall of the dollar, I mean the rise of the dollar and the fall of the Malawi kwacha has affected us negatively. But otherwise, our donor dependence has moved from 80%, it is now at 58%. Now, the issue of the Abuja Declaration, which is we must allocate 15% of our budget to the health sector. There is a problem on this one, because if you look at Malawi, we've been at 9% for a few years, then we moved to 10% the previous year, and we all celebrated that we're moving in the right direction. This year, we are at an all-time low of 8.5%. That doesn't mean that the health sector hasn't been funded. It has been funded, but versus the national budget, the funding is only 8.5%. Now, the question is, why are we failing to move? I attended recently a meeting in Addis Ababa of chairpersons of health committees of the African continent. And I asked at that conference, how many countries, how many of us have actually attended the Abuja? And you know, in Africa, there's 3 or 4 countries that have attended that. And those 3 or 4 countries are so rich that they can attend without knowing it. But the rest of us, African countries, we fail to attend it. Now, that took me to my school days. If in a class you give an exam to students and all of them fail, you start looking at the teacher. That was this exam for these students, or are the questions relevant, or did the teacher teach? Similarly for Abuja Declaration, there are problems. For example, in Malawi, you find that we say, we calculated it as the budget for the Ministry of Health divided by the total budget. That's what brought us 8.5%. But the Abuja Declaration is talking about allocation to the health sector. So allocation to the health sector is not just what government gives to the Ministry of Health. The money that is spent on the IIP is for food. There is nutrition there. That money is not accounted for in this calculation. There are so many things right now that do not go into health and the calculation of the Abuja. And if you look at water supply, water is health. Actually, there's a line to say water is health. But do we take at least some of the money that goes to the Ministry of Water Development into this calculation? The answer is no. Money that goes into agriculture doesn't go into this calculation. And there's also other monies that go into roads that could account for the Ministry of Health. Therefore, there's need for us to look at how we are doing it. We have economists in this country. They're not helping us. These economists should be able to isolate some of the costs that go to other ministries. That is a contribution to the health sector. To work out how much does Malawi give to health so that we have an accurate Abuja percentage. Now, when it comes to health, you'll see that in 2019, 2020, Malawi was not contributing anything on family planning. Through the committee and through Mehen and other organizations, we've been fighting for the ministry to contribute something. I'm proud to say, although it's 8.5%, but now Malawi is putting in something into family planning. And therefore, we are, even for the donors, they've welcomed that very well. Let me stop there for others also to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for your submission. It's pleasing to note that we've dropped of donor dependence. You've also proposed for wide sector consolidation of allocation to determine how much is contributed towards the health sector. And you've also commended government for finally responding to calls to contribute toward planning, which you think has actually been actualized in the current budget. Thank you for those submissions. Mhen, what are we doing in terms of citizen engagement and meaningful participation as far as the health sector is concerned? Are the policies being developed? Are the money being allocated to the health sector indeed responses to the needs of citizens? Are we influencing the narrative because we are being engaged and we are meaningfully participating? What are your views as a key stakeholder from the non-state actors? Your floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. And let me once again acknowledge that much as I am representing Malawi Health Equity Network, we are also chair of Universal Health Coverage Coalition, and we have 3 members in here, starting with the Action Aid itself, Christian Aid, and the OSF. When it comes to citizen engagement, it is there. Starting with the recognition by the Minister of Health of civil society organizations that we sit on a number of technical working groups, and when developing strategies, we are invited there, both as Malawi Health Equity Network and the Universal Health Coverage Coalition. And also people should know that when the Minister of Finance is developing or is doing pre-budget consultations, we are invited and we are given space. For example, as Malawi Health Equity Network to represent CSOs in the health sector, we have made submissions. That is the engagement of citizens. And also at the district level, they develop what we call district implementation plans, DIPs. Each health facility has a health center management committee, and they on paper are supposed to be involved, and some probably are involved. The DIPs are discussed at the DEC, CSOs also make contributions. So platforms are there. If at the district level, involvement of CSOs or citizens is not much, but the platform is there. So we have been discussing, like as the Honorable Dr. Ngwale. Of course, it could have been Matthews Ngwale, PhD, because he's not a medical doctor. As he has said, talking about the Abuja declaration, we have been coming to voice up. And the Ministry of Finance has been acknowledging that we are below the Abuja because of a number of factors. The fact that we do budget analysis, we go to Parliament, we meet Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, that's the recognition. And we have also, in voicing out, just commenting on what he has said, we have acknowledged that we have the health sector and we have social determinants of health. When you talk about social determinants of health, then it is everything. We can say that the whole budget this year is going to the health sector because electricity supports health. The road network, as Honorable Minister said, agriculture, you cannot live if you don't eat. Almost everything, telecommunications, for ambulances to operate like a referral system, you need electricity. So that is where we still stand our position, that 15% of the Abuja must go to the health sector because everything goes to the health sector. And our excuse as a nation should not be on inadequate resources, because Abuja does not talk about an amount, it talks about a percentage. The same as it is with the SADC. When you are buying in a shop, other people are poor, other people are rich, but there's a percentage that you must pay whenever you are buying something, cooking, or you are buying soap and the like. When it comes to, yeah, I can give an example of SADC. I wanted to give an example of payee, but we have brackets. However, within a certain bracket, you are grouped together. You must meet your obligation. So we still think that some of the challenges, most of the challenges facing the health sector could have been addressed if we strive to meet the Abuja Declaration, and of course also looking at the inefficiencies leakages, theft that happens that happen in the health sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Director for MHEN, for your submission. I now go to my colleague, my fellow young person. I'm also young. Honorable Dr. Ngwale have said that 8.5% includes money for sexual reproductive health rights. In other words, family planning. And then he has agreed that indeed there's that inclusion in the budget. As young people, how are you feeling it? Do you think the money is reaching you? In other words, what are the issues that are affecting young people on the ground if we have to consider the money allocation towards the health sector? And also, what interventions are you implementing currently to address those issues?
All right.
First of all, you also introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Ishmael Sbonda Piri, a young person born and living with HIV from Salima. And I'm working with Y Plus Malawi as district coordinating chairperson, and also sit at Global Fund Country Coordinating Mechanism, representing people living with HIV. So a lot of people here might wonder, why Y Plus? As young people living with HIV, we are here to look at the welfare of young people living with HIV, because we understand, according to the estimates, Naomi, 2023, are showing that over 1 million of Malawian population are people living with HIV. And a good percentage of that number are young people living with HIV. So if we are to leave out young people living with HIV, then we cannot achieve the global target of ending AIDS by 2030. You agree with me? We are young people who are sexually active, and we are young people who are not maybe adhering to preventive measures in as far as ending AIDS and transmission is concerned. That's why Y Plus Malawi is coming in, so that it can oversee all the activities and implementation for young people living with HIV in the country. So we are implementing a lot. We have 3 programs currently that we are running. We have an advocacy activity called Ready Plus, which means resilience and adolescent empowered young people. And we also have AIDS funds, which we are implementing youth-wise activity in Mangochi district and Chikwawa. And we are also having Her Voice, which we are also looking at the welfare of adolescent girls and young women living with HIV. But we're experiencing a lot of challenges. As you have said, Mr. Moderator, that in the budget of healthy, I think we as young people living with HIV, we are not much supported in as far as implementing activities for young people living with HIV is concerned. We have a lot of challenges that we're experiencing, in which one of it is unavailability of young people living with HIV in decision-making platforms. For example, as we are making all these budgets, there's no participation of young people living with HIV, so that we can also make our input about what we want to implement in this country as Malawi, targeting young people living with HIV. And you can also agree with me, as Y Plus, we have the vision, and we now started advocating for the fourth 95% of the global target of 95, 95, 95. People might be asking, what's the fourth 95%? As young people living with HIV, we are not only talking about medication, but we are also looking beyond medication. What are the activities that we can tag the young people living with HIV to make sure that they are also supported beyond medication? So we are championing the fourth 95%, which is talking about young people beyond medication. You have taken a person who is living with HIV. They have tested. They have been put on treatment. What next? You can agree with me that we have been experiencing stigma and discrimination as a country. And that has impacted a lot of young people living with HIV not to develop their career. This 95%, the fourth 95% is going to address that challenge, which a lot of young people living with HIV are facing because of stigma and discrimination. In the HIV and AIDS Prevention Act of 2018, Part 4, it prohibits any form of discrimination. But you can see that stigma and discrimination is one of the major challenges that young people living with HIV are facing now, 2023. We have 7 years down the line. How are we going to achieve zero stigma and discrimination? That's why as Y+, we are championing this 95% so that we can take young people living with HIV on board. And also after they have suppressed their viral load, they're on medication, we can have other interventions beyond medication, for example, empowerment, so that they can be engaged in activities that will brighten their future, that will develop their career. That's what we are championing as Y+. And as on challenge, before you cut me off, we have talked about maybe us not meaningfully involved in decision-making platforms, but we are also having recommendation on what should be done for us as Y+ to feel that at least we are being involved. One of the key recommendations is that as Y+, we want to be supported. As we are programming Teen Club program, we should also sit with Y+ Malawi so that we can also restructure and program on how adult and youth care can look like as a model. Because teen clubs are as young teens who are attending teen clubs, they are supposed to transition after they have reached 19 years of age. But after that, in Y+, we don't have anything that we are doing with them because we don't have funding. So we need to sit down together with the Parliamentarian Committee on Health. We can sit down and make this model. What are we going to do with these young teens that have transitioned from teen club to adult care? And also Y+ to design activities and to implement Action Aid. We need to commend the job that you have done to Y+. Action Aid has capacitated Y+ way back in 2018, 2017. We now have the capacity. And we want to implement programs with the support from the implementers and partners here present as you are accessing our capacity for further engagement and subgranting, so that maybe in the near future, Y+ we can have our own funding and implement our projects in Malawi. And also the last, we have unlimited human resource at Y+.
Thank you.
We have only 5 members in the Secretariat of Y+, in which Madam Violet Lindwe Banda is the communication officer, and we have the national coordinator programs, 1 intern, for them to oversee the implementation of the programs for all the young people living with HIV across the whole 28 districts. I feel it is also a challenge. So I think implementers here present can also help us to make sure that we are having a lot of funding so that we can also have a good representation of a team that can oversee the implementation of activities as Y+. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comprehensive submission. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for reflection and responses. Mr. Jobe from MHEN, I'm putting a question to you, which you will respond towards the end. And I want you to begin processing it. So the question is, what has been the performance of Malawi government in implementing the regional commitments? I think that's a very important question. It should come from the civil society, because this meeting is about national non-state actors engagement. So I want just to hear from you, what has been the performance of government? We have Executive Director for MAGA joining us online for this panel discussion. MAGA is responsible for making sure that the interests and the strength of district assemblies is always enhanced. And therefore, we have made sure that he is participating in this one because the health sector, by virtue of the decentralization, has faced some at the district level. So, Harvard Gandawire, welcome. My question to you is, would you be able to share with us the experiences which you have encountered where Malawi government is planning, it's also allocating resources, as well as implementing its budget in the health sector, the challenge at district level? You who has been able to obtain information from the district councils, what is your information that you can share with us regarding how the challenges are impacting the delivery of the social services in district councils? Hadrod.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think I've got the connectivity challenges, so I'll not be able to switch on to the video. With your permission, allow me to proceed in this way. Basically, as local government authorities, we have noted that in most cases, the budget that comes to the local authorities is not responsive to the demand that is there. What we need to recognize and appreciate here is that the health sector is predominantly anchored at the local level. What here I mean is that the district councils are responsible for almost 80% of service delivery when it comes to the health sector. It therefore follows that the district hospitals and in general the local authorities are supposed to absorb the greater part of the national budget when it comes to the health service. I'll give you an example that in much as the district budget is increasing, but you'd also observe that most of the increment is going towards personal emoluments, because this has been consistently increasing, and we understand because of the increased recruitment of the health personnel. But we would also note at the same time that the expense towards the drugs and other liquor transactions has not been consistently going up. For instance, the 2023-2024 national budget, the royalty budget has increased, of course, by 20%, but that in real sense is a nominal increment. It's not a real increment if you factor in the inflation. And then, west to this, the development budget has been consistently stuck at the national level. You might have noted in the recent past where we raised an alarm that the devolved 4 billion health rehabilitation funds have not been devolved to the local authorities, despite for 2 consecutive years appearing in the national budget. Yes, we commend the government for allocating 13 billion into this current financial year, but the 13 billion has only been allocated to a few districts. Despite that, all the health facilities in this country are not in good state. And 50% of them require major rehabilitation. About 30% or so of the health facilities in this country at the local level do not have running water. It therefore calls that the ORT budget that is going to the district hospitals, the district councils, is supposed to be matching the needs, the dire needs that is there. I will also share with this audience that currently almost all the district hospitals are still accessing the utility services at the mercy of the utility service providers, water and electricity. If today the utility service providers will decide to take a drastic action to disconnect the services, then we'll be in trouble. The district hospitals have huge arrears with the service providers because of the issues that I've raised before, that the ORT is not matching with the demand that is there. So as a country, if you were to move forward, improving the health service, the first point to start from definitely is the local level, and where the district councils are anchoring the predominant health service of this country. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your sharing with us the challenges that currently are being faced by district assemblies as far as the delivery sexual is concerned. I'll now go to the floor and also our colleagues that are online to engage my panel here on the aspect of health, focusing on sexual reproductive health for children, for adolescents and young people. That's what we will be focusing on. And from the submission which has come from our panelists, we know that we have issues that needs to be addressed. And therefore, I will invite the participants to begin engaging by asking questions and also making specific observations. The floor is open. I'll take only 2 or 3 because of the time constraints. Anyone? Okay. This suggests that maybe the submissions that are by our panelists are forward and precisely on point on what needs to be done. But I recognize Executive Director, you have the floor.
Yeah, okay. So I would like to concur with the Honorable there, that I think the health program is doing relatively well in Malawi compared to other African countries from what we have observed, especially in the area of HIV and AIDS. The Global Fund, the Ministry of Health, the Global Fund and partners have done a remarkable job in achieving a lot of outcomes under this program. So what we need to do, because when we gather in dialogues like this, we like to focus on what is not working, which is good, because the objective is to find solutions. But I think we should also focus on what is working and draw lessons. So what are the lessons that we can draw from the health sector that we can apply to other sectors, for example, agriculture? Because if agriculture had performed as well as the health sector, we wouldn't have been talking about food security challenges, we wouldn't have been talking about lack of access to markets, and we wouldn't have been talking about all these things that we are talking about in the agriculture sector. So what have our colleagues in the health sector done well to be able to achieve those outcomes that we can also borrow from in the other sectors, and specifically in the agriculture sector, because this project is looking at health and agriculture. Over.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Executive Director, for directing us to also focus on which are the things that have done well and then collect them, but also learning, allow that we should learn from the things that have been done well in the apply them in the agricultural sector. There's another hand from Mr. Govert, but I'll start with the Madam, you have the floor from Y+.
Okay, actually, my name is Violet. I love the name Violet than Madam. My question is actually going to the our Bana MP there for the nutrition and HIV. I would like to know the 15% of total budget that goes to health. How can Y+, when I say Y+, I don't mean the organization itself, but what I mean is how can young people living with HIV benefit from it? And since we are implementing non-biomedical, so how can we benefit from it with the 15%? Yeah.
Thank you, Violet, for your question. I now recognize Mr. Govati and my colleague from Foreign Affairs.
This will be a quick one. I'm covering it from the angle of Malawi Forum for Graduate Advisory Services. There is what we call the devolution of the agricultural services to the district councils. So it means that agriculture now is run under Ministry of Local Government. So there is now that gap between the parent ministry and the executors at district level. Now at the district level, we have got the Village Development Committee and the Area Development Committee who handle the constituency funds. Normally, when you are attending these meetings, you find that people are focused on health issues, not agriculture. But those committees are supposed to handle both agriculture and health. But the priority seems to go to health. I don't know on the mindset issues there. So from the agriculture point of view, probably to people that are advocating that, they have to make sure that, probably also to the agricultural committee, they have to start voicing in parliament that the agricultural committee and the village development committee at the district level are responsible for development in their area. It is not only for health. So for example, if they've got money, they will think of building a school, building a well, and that kind of stuff. They will not think of housing or accommodating or making it easier for their extension worker to provide services, which they can easily afford through the constituency fund and the development fund. So I think for us that are advocating at the national level, we have to make sure that the area development committee and the village development committees have embraced agriculture as their responsibility on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Great point there that perhaps if we have ADCs, VDCs, and ADCs informing extensively the development of the village action plans and then the district development plans and so on, maybe we can have a change of narrative in the agriculture sector as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Govert. Yes, last one from you, my colleague from Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for according me the chance to interject. I want to comment on what has been said about Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health has been doing a recommendable job.
Could I beg that you raise your voice a bit?
Okay. Ministry of Health has been doing a recommendable job. I think that has been echoed by the Parliamentary Committee on Health. Of course, it hasn't done, or it hasn't performed to the best satisfaction, but at least it's trying its recommendable job to make sure that at least it's doing what is needed. My interjection would actually
the colleagues on the panel say you need to still raise your voice. Thank you.
Maybe I should stand. Okay, what I was basically saying is, mine is just a comment on what Ministry of Health is doing. We are basically sister ministries. So we have a specific division at Ministry of Foreign Affairs that deals with specialized technical committees on health. And I think much as you might say, Ministry of Health is a bit financially constrained, but at least it's trying its level best to make sure that at least it's advancing most of the projects that are targeting the health sector. I would want to underscore the point that the African Union Commission has written Ministry of Health to identify experts in the health sector, just to make sure that at least they can roll out a project where we are calling it She Will Grow Into It. So it's an adolescent nutrition campaign that is basically targeting girl children. That goes back to what Y+ has actually said. It has raised an issue of maybe trying to get maybe a cake or a piece of the cake from the budget. I would want to submit to you that Ministry of Health I believe, is taking this down and will be able to engage you because you're also working on nutrition and HIV and these issues. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Clement, a quick one. I'll recognize you. A quick one. The microphone is there. Pass the microphone, please. Kindly, if online there's anyone who has a comment or an observation to make, please let us know. Raise your hand so that we don't leave out an important point from you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think first and foremost, let me recognize here that I think Minister of Health is one of the best ministries in Malawi that are doing better in terms of access to information. And I think the committee as well has been very critical in as far as providing information is concerned. I just wanted to raise an issue based on what my fellow young person raised, that I think they're not being included in other things that are happening at district level. I think if you can do a cross-check or quick analysis, you find that at a district level, Minister of Health is one of the best ministers that have provided adequate information. And you can even find that there is a specific unit at district level, sexual reproductive health unit. But I think what I see from the my fellow young person, more especially representing YP plus young people, is that I think we need to support them in terms of understanding the concept of governance, so they can also be in a position to position themselves at the district level and at the facility level, find a space within that spaces, within the committees that are elected at the facility level, so that they can find a space to voice out their information. I think Dr. Ngwale can agree with me that in almost all the health facilities have committees, right? Those committees are formed based on the surrounding communities. So if we can have young people that understand issues of governance at that level, YP plus I think can be one of the instruments that would be advocating that are affecting them at that level, other than maybe complaining that we're not giving space. So I think Action Aid and other partners, including the parliamentary committee, can start now thinking about how do we empower YP plus and other organizations that are working in the health sector to make sure that they also participate in those committees, but also influencing decisions at that level. Thanks to one of the a lot of money that is going to young people at night because of governance and leadership, where organizations go 5 years without funding. But I think in the health sector, the donors are doing well.
Thank you so much. I'll quickly return to my panel. My colleague, George Jobe, Executive Director for MHEN, is agitating to make a comment. So I'll give him the floor because you'll be also winding up as you speak. Please give us your thoughts on what has come from the floor, and also you respond to the question that I asked you. Is government doing enough to domesticate the international commitments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I will start with answering the question from Madam Kowali on why the health sector tickles. In social accountability, when I was supported by Action Aid to study social accountability at Rhodes University, two key issues that come out are explaining and justifying. Because we may not in all the sectors achieve everything, but one must explain and justify. So I think the health sector, the first thing is acknowledgement when there's a problem. They acknowledge and engage and explain. We can learn good examples. Even when the COVID-19 vaccine expired, it was not hidden and it was destroyed. together in the presence of CSOs. So that's the starting thing. And also at community level, the extension workers, so to say, like health surveillance assistants, are vibrant. You can see them. I'm not sure if in my village, the AEDO is seen more. Not very sure, but the HSAs are there. In the health sector, there are special programs for special health, key special problems. For example, we have the TB program, TB control program, HIV and AIDS program, and we should also acknowledge we have the National AIDS Control, National AIDS Commission. Such initiatives respond to specific key issues. And someone talked about the devolution, like listening to demands. At the moment, when we are talking about the drug budget, 10% was devolved to districts that use 10% of the funds to buy on their own. That's responding to demands. And in your first question, moderator, on whether the ministry is involving citizens, I said yes, very good. I mentioned committees. So there are a lot of committees. I don't know in the other sectors if they have, for example, at every health facility, I said we have health center management committees. It must be also known by Y+ that there is a slot for the youth in health center management committees. We have trained some of them, and the youth are there, persons with disabilities. We have village health committees. There are CHAGs, community health action groups, under each GVH, village group, village headman, and volunteers, many volunteers that they are support groups and alike. And when the CSOs talk, we are not taken as enemies. We are still taken as a partner. You can speak with the, we speak with the PS for Health, the Minister for Health, Deputy Minister, directors. We speak, but we are not taken as the enemies. So that is the one thing, and probably also with the chair of parliamentary committee, we have seen them talk. Lastly, winding up, what has been the performance? I think the performance has been good, but we still have a vision to reach. For example, one example we have discussed here is Abuja, that we are below the 15%. In nominal terms, the budget has been increasing, and even in percentages, we have been hovering around 9%. The lowest was in the 2017 budget when the percentage was 8%. And in other years, it has been around 10%. Universal health coverage was adopted as a theme. You look at the policy documents in the ministry. They are talking about towards achieving universal health coverage. It makes it easier for civil society organizations to advocate for full implementation of the same. Construction of health facilities, at least we have seen recently, even in Palombe District Hospital, we still now remain with the only cities, Likoma. There have been reforms, including the central hospital autonomy, that central hospitals would be autonomous partially. And there's a drug safety implementation unit with the Minister of Health. And when there is the, I think we have made some achievements even in outbreaks. We're going to give an example of COVID-19. Efforts were given. So when a specific big problem, the ministry has focused much of the efforts on that problem. Of course, during the COVID-19, people will say about the other diseases, but the degree of the deaths. What would we recommend as we wind up? Knowing that we may not have enough ambulances. When we are talking about the sexual reproductive health, ambulances are important. we used to have warrants that if an ambulance is not available, a warrant would be given to a patient to go to the hospital. Even after someone would not stay 3 days, 4 days at the central hospital waiting for an ambulance that he has brought the patients. So, and also we have been recommending to increase the health financing, that our medical schemes must be contributing to public health facility. For example, if they take a patient to a central hospital, that patient must pay something. We must also use our national IDs to ensure that foreigners from neighboring countries must be contributing something to our health centers. Lastly, SRH, the emergency P must be, because when you look at the Maputo protocol, it aims at even reducing cases of abortions in empowering women. So an emergency bureau must be made available in our health facilities, including in hard-to-reach rural areas, so that if someone has there's a mistake, so to say, unprotected sex, I think that's what the Honorable said, to quickly access the emergency bureau. And the spots where they can get this must be publicized. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director for MHEN. My colleague, my fellow young person, do you think you still have something to say? Because I don't want you to spoil what you have submitted earlier. It was so beautiful, but you have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much. I just wanted to quickly respond to what my colleague talked about maybe making Y+ to understand the concept of governance and also to create demand on the spaces that we have all talked about, the decision-making platforms and the like. I just wanted to emphasize much that it's not that we are 0% engaged. We are engaged, and we are also part of a lot of TWGs on health, for example, condom, key population as a module for adolescent girls and young women. But we feel that the participation is not that meaningful. And also you can see that if we should go around 28 districts of Malawi, it's only in few districts that you find young people, especially Y+ members, sitting in such platforms. It's not that we don't understand the concept, we do. And actually it is good that the government can actually support us and also make us to understand fully to cover this conversation about understanding, and also make us meaningfully involved in such platforms. I also made a plea to the Parliamentarian Committee on Health to make sure that at least Y+ is not that we are tapping from the 15% of whatever budget on health is, but we are contributing to the work, and more especially to ending AIDS by 2030. Because we feel as young people, if we are at the forefront of contributing to end AIDS by 2030, we can make it happen. Because if we can decide that I want to have unprotected sex today, yet my world is not suppressed, then you have to know that we are going to further transmit HIV. And we cannot achieve all these, the targets that as global we have set to achieve. I'll take you back to NSP. NSP on policies and legislative, it states that the government of Malawi is a signatory to several global and regional commitments to HIV and AIDS. With that mandate, I think you can also make it happen that you can mention and involve Y+ in such platforms, so that we can also be part of it, so that we can also contribute to the implementation of HIV-related programs targeting young people living with HIV. Lastly, subsidize essential commodities. for young people living with HIV and also for young people in general to make sure that they're accessing it at a lower price. And to make it short, maybe you can just make it free. For example, we are talking of condoms. Now we are talking about are the condoms that the government of Malawi is providing are really working best for a young person. For example, me as Ishmael, a condom that has no flavor, a condom that has no size. For me, I'll prefer to take something that I think as a young person, it will work best for me. Okay. So I think for those, the government of Malawi should consider to subsidize it. And also we are talking about sanitary pads. Our adolescent girls and young women are finding it difficult to access such essential commodities. And also DVR rings. Dapivrin ring as one of the HIV preventive method that a young person can choose, that maybe I don't want to use a condom, I don't want maybe to take a jab, I can just use Dapivrin ring. But because the cost is high and a young person cannot access it, especially here in Malawi, we are talking about $12, which is about 15,000 Malawi kwacha. A young person who is coming from a typical area cannot afford to access such interventions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I can assure you, you are sharing a panel with the chairman himself. But he'll be the last one to make a comment. I have Hard Road, Kandawire. Hard Road, I know that the Mr. Jobe has, just make mention of what should be done in the devolution process in the health sector. Please, in 1 minute or 2 minutes, what is it that you have to say about the health service at the district council for it to be effective and efficient? Hard Road.
Number one, we commend the government for devolving by 10% the drug budget. However, the government should seriously consider increasing this percentage to at least by 50%, because this, in our considered view, will facilitate timely response to drug shortages in the district hospitals and health centers. Further, we also propose a policy shift for the district councils to be able to procure from the open market. Number two, as more resources are being channeled to the local government authorities, the government is being encouraged to ensure that there should be a balanced mix between allocation that are going to personal emirates, drugs, as well as generic ORT, so that we support effective delivery of primary health care in this country. Further, the health sector financing strategy, which is currently being financed by the Ministry of Health, provides an opportunity for the government to work towards promoting financial sustainability, efficiency, and resilience of the health system in the face of a continued public health emergencies, such as cholera, COVID-19, among others. Lastly, the government should seriously consider in the mid-year budget review to at least ensure that each and every district council in this country gets some resources towards the rehabilitation of the health facilities. Yes, we commend the government for providing about 13+ billion to about 7 district hospitals, district councils. But this is not enough, because almost all the district councils in this country, they need this money. For now, let me stop there. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you, Hard Road, for your insights and submissions. Finally, my chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on HIV/AIDS, Health and Nutrition, concretize the views and the observations which have come from the room as the chairperson of the committee.
Thank you so much, moderator, for moderating very well today, the whole day. And also, I would like to thank ActionAid for making this happen. ActionAid has been very helpful in the health sector, especially to us even at Parliament. We've been assisted and we are thankful for that. I'll just be very brief because of time. But what I can say is that whilst we have done very well in the health sector, there are areas where we have been weak. We've done very well in addressing issues, epidemics, or diseases that affect many people, the majority, like malaria, even HIV and AIDS, we've done very well. But we have been very weak on issues of NCDs, non-communicable diseases. So people who suffer from diabetes, people who suffer from blood pressures, those are not well looked after. I think it's time we started looking at that. I'm also including young people living with HIV and AIDS. We are not, even as Parliament, we haven't engaged them directly so far. Of course, the good news is I've been in touch with your executive director, and therefore we'll be making contact very shortly. And that also can lead towards including you in budgets in future. The number of people who have not been included, we have LGBTs. It's an issue of national importance. I know in this country we don't want to talk about it. And even as I'm speaking right now, I know these pictures will go around. But reality says that they exist. There are also issues of young women having unwanted pregnancies, and they're dying. You know, girls who get pregnant when they didn't plan to get pregnant, the boy runs away when they announce that I'm pregnant, and the girl is left alone, and the girl eventually on her own says, where can I get service? She goes to a singanga or goes to somebody. They perform abortion, and safe abortions. We are losing girls in this country every day. And the complications through unsafe abortions are occurring in each and every district hospital every single day. What have we done as a nation? We've turned our back to say it doesn't matter, let them die. I don't think that is being responsible. So everyone in this room must know that we have that problem as well that needs to be solved. We are not doing well on that one because these things are just people are just being treated, but we are not doing anything to prevent. Now, people living with albinism are also facing lots of problems. They are not being given the attention they deserve. And then we have the problem of children having children. In my constituency, whenever I have a meeting and I'm distributing things, for example, and I say, I don't want children here, only grown-ups, you'll be shocked to see the girls, small little girls, who will be on the line. And when I say, I choke up you, somebody says, I'm in and they are now with. And this happens, and I can tell you, every MP here will tell me that in their constituency, every little girl that is there has a baby, on average. That is a problem that this country needs to address. The other pillar which we need to address in the health sector is corruption. This country is huge, it's a giant when it comes to corruption. In the health sector, we have corruption, huge. Some of the drug problems we are having in this country is because of drug thefts. People are stealing these drugs. Government buys, we budget everything, we give it to the ministry, it goes down. Theft starts at the ministry level itself and goes way down to the health facility. We can't move forward without that. The right to information. Yes, we have passed that, but we are still having challenges. People go to hospitals, they are given treatment. They are not told what the treatment is and what it will do. They are just given a blind thing to say, people are supposed to be given information regarding that. The issue of budgets at the district level is a problem. You know, when we give budgets to the Minister of Health, it is a blind check. We don't know what happens after that. But down at the district level, there are problems there, and the people don't know where to cry to because everything is in the hands of the ministry, and the ministry has a huge budget at the headquarter level, such that very little trickles down to the bottom. So we need also to look at the domestication of the SADC model law.
Yeah.
This will guide this country to have laws that are applicable to other countries. When it comes to issues of abortion, for example, the whole region has moved, but Malawi hasn't moved 1 inch. We need to contribute to that model law so that Malawians can benefit.
Thank you.
The last bit I will talk about, which is very, very important, is that all these things that we are complaining about need money. And as long as we don't address the issue of money, we will continue talking about them for the future. One of the issues is health financing. Let us embrace that we have to contribute something towards our health care. Through health insurance, everyone must have health insurance. We have recommended that in government, all government employees must be on health insurance, or Mazimo, if I borrow that company's name. But what has government is still, dragging its feet. It has given it as an option, but we want it as compulsory. And after that, we look at even artisans, people who do work around, they should also be on insurance. Why do I say that? If you look at the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Transport receives also money from Ministry of Finance. But the Ministry of Transport has now the toll gates. So they're getting money now from the toll gates, plus the money from the ministry. Therefore, they'll be able to deliver service much better. The Ministry of Health also needs to take this health financing issue very seriously. Thank you so much, Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Gwale, Chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Health, HIV, AIDS, and Nutrition. In fact, when I look at the program, you seem to have also delved into the next item on the agenda, which is the issue of key action points. I think you've really done well because you've actually said most of the things that should have actually come through under the key action points. But I'll just add, as we conclude, maybe I need to allow you to take your seats because then we can have, let's give them another Obama clap, please. Let's clap once for them too, they take their seats. Thank you so much, my panel, for point submissions and the suggestions. We've done not well on time, and therefore allow me that I send apologies to the SADC Parliamentary Forum SG and the entire team that we haven't really been able to keep our time. When issues are burning, you would normally get to that problem. So apologies indeed that we have not committed ourselves to the time that we had allocated. And we can assure you that next time we shall do better. We'll be better next time. And as we come to a close, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me just to say that as we were deliberating on both the health issues and the issues to do with the agriculture, like I've indicated, somehow the chairperson for parliamentary committees seemed to have also delved into the issues of the action points. But on agriculture, quickly, let me just say that there was an issue of ending politicization in agriculture, introducing incentivization for agribusiness, reform the AIP, and most likely phase it out in phases. And then we should be able also, like the representative for SADC PF said, to disseminate the RISDP to tertiary learning institutions so that these can actually be transformed to be our change agents for acceleration of the mechanism. On health, I think Mr. Ngwale has done justice to what should have been said. Just to say that the devolution is ongoing and the points that were raised by MAGA are important, as well as the issue that were raised by the Mehen executive director have been taken note of, particularly issues to do with the actualization of the devolution structures in the district councils. We need to take advantage of those so that we have a robust decentralization of the health sector service. We will be coming to the formalities of closing our session this morning, and this afternoon rather. And therefore, allow me that I recognize once again all the distinguished persons that were present in the room. We had the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Platform. We had representatives from various parliamentary committees, to in fact the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Food Security, Honorable Smil Suleiman. We also had the chairperson for health, HIV, AIDS, and nutrition. We had representative from civil society organization, and also different stakeholders from the national and state actors present here, parliamentary committee, parliamentary staff, as well as Action Aid staff were present in the room. We had representatives from smallholder farmers associations present, and all of you that have seriously taken part in this discussion. The participation that you had was absolutely marvelous, and we hope that the report which shall be generated from the transaction that took place in this room will be shared with you so that you can feed back into it as a validation process, and thereafter those shall now be transformed to be the action points to be taken seriously to inform programming of both the health sector as well as the agriculture sector. Maybe I invite one last round of applause for ourselves for being participatory. And also I commend all those that participated through the Zoom. I understand some have already logged out, but they appreciate the robust conversation that we've had this morning and this afternoon here at the Capitol Hotel. As we close, therefore, allow me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I can now invite once again the SADC representative, the SADC PF Secretary General, to make her closing remarks if she's still online. And then thereafter, I shall request the Executive Director for Action Aid, Madam Pamela Kuali, to come to the front and formally close here at home so that we can disperse to our respective workplaces. In any case, if the Secretary General is still online, please come through to deliver your closing remarks. Madam Secretary General. Okay. In the event that we are not able to get hold of the Secretary General, maybe connection issues, allow me, Madam Pamela Kuali, that you can actually come to the front to deliver your closing remarks. Madam Kuali, please. Okay. Okay. I have been privileged to deliver her closing remarks. Colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful morning and a pleasant afternoon that we were able to gather in this room and deliberate on the RISDP. We've generated a lot of information, and I believe that this will inform our programming for the next period of implementation. May God bless each one of you. May God bless Malawi. May God bless SADC. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We had started our meeting with a word of prayer, which was delivered by Executive Director for MHEN, but I had assured you that the closing prayer will be delivered by Executive Director for MEGIN. So I now invite Madam Bethary Papiri to deliver her closing prayer. Madam Pidi, you know, it's good to appreciate anointed people. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Shall we pray? Our dear Heavenly Father, we once again humbly come before your throne of grace this time around with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thank you so much for the time that we have had, O Lord, deliberating our efforts, non-state actors' efforts, government efforts in the RISDP agenda. To you be glory and honor, O Lord. As we dismiss and leave this place, may you continue to be with us. May you continue to guide us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much, Madam Piri, for your word of prayer. Finally, can I request each one of you, distinguished participants, that we must all gather for a group photograph for purposes of institutional memory. We would like to have a picture with you so that we can have that properly documented. So as we're filing out, we prioritize. I'll be making sure that we have an opportunity to take the picture, and then other announcements will be made appropriately. In terms of lunch, which has been mentioned on the program, kindly be advised that lunch will be served by the restaurant near the swimming pool. I think it's Mimosa, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that's where the lunch will be served. Bon appetit. Thank you. Outside.
Mnyengo ya kufesa fesa mbele muntaka sati pamala iwe mnyengo ya kuvumba fesa mbele muntaka wasati pamala iwe moyo ndiwo fewa timajita kuulimbitsa ndizisankho za mtima onse ogalukira malamulo a moyo amakhala mozunzika masankhidwe abale mapereka ufulu oti ena akuweruze ena oweruze mopanda chifundo mamaye moyo umasangalatsa ngati pena pake palibe chokusowetsa mtendere tisankhe mtendere wa mtima mnyengo ya kufesa fesa mbera muntaka sati pamwala iwe mnyengo ya kuvumba iwe fesa mbera muntaka wasati pamwala iwe
tsiku ndi tsiku limasankha chimwemwe mtendere wa mumtima ndi chisangalalo
moyo umasangalatsa ngati pena pake palibe chokusowetsa mtendere tisankhe mtendere wa mtima mnyengo ya kufesa fesa mbera muntaka sati pamwala iwe mnyengo ya kuvumba iwe fesa mbera muntaka wasati pamwala iwe